welcome, chat. Nice to see you. I'm gonna take a little while for me to try and and chat. Well, actually, I'm just gonna send some ads over to Twitter and try and get as many people to chat as possible. So anyway, give me a moment. Feel free to be as chatty as you want. So yeah, and keep in mind that I have like 4 gigabytes of RAM, which is incredibly slow. I'm hoping to fix that sometime soon, but yeah, it's still a process. Remember to leave a like, please. I really would appreciate that. It does help with the algorithm. I know a lot of YouTubers like to do this sort of thing, but you might want to try and do that. So yeah, just right. So yeah, welcome chat, welcome new viewers. I'm still just practicing music for this music to places that I Alright. That's one down. I'm just gonna post it on Twitter and then maybe Discord, and I should be fine. That's one down. Oh well, I guess this is my girly voice as far as I'm concerned. I'm experimenting a bit. Probably not that much, but I guess you could call it a femboyish voice, but oh well. Oh wait, Clip Studio isn't open. Anyway, right. Right. It's working as intended. Apologies for the delay. I'm just trying to advertise as much as possible. Really? Hello, Justin. Nice to see you. Um, just feel free to chat over here instead of Discord, as you know, like I said, I need the engagement. So yeah. So yeah. So, how was your day? Yeah, that was my phone. Right? I'm sure this is the only other time. That's what he said. Okay, what do you mean by that? Oh, and remember to click on the like, please. I really need that too. I think I'm almost done here. Welcome, new viewers. Welcome. I actually, if you have been on my stream before, I don't really have my headphones, so I won't be able to react to things like I did before. I'll try, but I'll have to do it like at low volume in order to try and not get any sort of echoing effect. So, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna start soon. Just... Alright, welcome new viewers. I'm seeing 4 people right now, which is exciting. I think this would be a great time to start. Welcome. Feel free to be as chatty as you want. Yeah. Try not to make it too loud. Oh, right, I forgot to open. Hello, Robo. Alright, I'm starting to... Come on, open up already. Apparently, this doesn't seem to want to open for some reason. Let me check. Finally. I'm still struggling to try and open Clip Studio for some reason, but it doesn't work. Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna try and close Chrome. Maybe that'll be the thing that helps, but for the most part, it really sucks that I can't open it. Finally! Alright, so apparently all I needed to do was just simply to close it and then just open it in the task manager. Had to do some technological wizardry for that to work. Apparently it bugged out. Alright, I'm gonna update the title so that it actually looks like that. Anyway, finally it's open. Let me just show you. There you go. So yeah, let's open up a recent project. So, how have you all been? Uh, all I can see is Robobuddy and Justin here. I wonder who else is here. No. So just, I don't know, press F, say something. I would really like to know who's in my chat because I can't really see it, but yeah. Okay, right. So I'm gonna have to finish out sketching. Nice one, Robo. Alright, so what I'm doing right now is trying to settle the final lines so that I can actually start doing the thing. I think I got the final lines, but I think there may be some things that need to be drawn a little bit more properly. That's a little too thin. Cheerio is clearly finished. I may need to try and finish this Cheerio right here. I think I may need to make some crunchy outer lines. Okay. Look, I can't really listen to music right now since I don't have any headphones, so I would really appreciate if you guys can chat for a little while. Check the lights. Okay, I see two lights so far. So I really would appreciate if you guys can just, take a moment to try and like the video. It's not that hard, so please do that. Thanks. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna switch to my guy voice, I guess, because I like it. I don't know, it's a mood thing, but still. Oh, we got a new viewer. Welcome. Please remember to like and subscribe, and oh yeah, support my Ko-fi while you still can. I forgot to put the link in there, so just put it right there. Alright, there we go. Try and remove this. It's kind of annoying. Alright, Cheerios seem to be mostly complete. I guess I'll have to just do the lines here just to try. Now that I think about it, I like the shape of this one, so whatever. Not every Cheerio is the same, I guess. Alright, so we are at least ready to try and start coloring the tongue. Trying to figure out like what kind of painting I should use. Problem with these is that it basically ends up, yeah, it only causes me to lag. I don't think these are for me. There we go. Unfortunately, that's still a bit of a problem. I don't know if that's a good idea or a bad idea, but I think the idea is simply to try and cover up. Wait a minute, what am I doing? This isn't even the final lines. I'm gonna try and react to certain videos. I hope you can hear it from here, but I don't know if that's even going to be a thing because, like I said, there's gonna be a bit of echo. So I'm gonna try and do my best to minimize it, but I can't guarantee anything. Come on, Chrome, open. Alright, in the meantime, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the final lines. Alright, I'm gonna try and react to this, I'm gonna try and react to another Moist Critical video. Again, no guarantees in quality because apparently I don't have a smart, well, headphones yet, so yeah. Here it is. See if I can turn size. Alright, I'm gonna just react to this and, occasionally. So yeah, here we go.
Call me AOL because I'm delivering news that I'm sure you already know. Netflix is struggling. I'm sure you've seen the numbers. Year to date, their stock is down over 60%. But more specifically, over the last week, they've really fallen off a cliff. Just got fucking kicked right down that giant well in 300. They went down 37% in a week. So a lot of people are asking the question, is Netflix dying? And that stock graph is...
Is pretty impressive. And for those of you who don't know how the stock market works, basically you invest in a company because you think it's going to make a lot of money, and when it does, you kind of get a share of the profit, right? And basically when you sell that, that, I guess you could say that stock, or I guess a bond or something, it's basically, let me just summarize this. When the line goes down, it's really bad. That means that no investor trusts Netflix like ever. So, and the drop for like 30% is pretty big. So, yeah, it's pretty horrible to see that. Anyway, I'm gonna continue and mute, mute myself.
It's looking like a heartbeat monitor about to flatline. It's not looking good. That shit's looking like Blockbuster back in the day. And a lot of people are wondering, well, what could be the cause for this incredible decline so rapidly? And naturally, everyone's turning to me to answer these questions, since I am the preeminent expert on all things shitty movie and TV show related. I have a genuine passion for horrible media, whether that be horrible games, movies, music, shows, whatever. I just love watching and consuming the worst of the worst. Things that turn other people's stomachs, make them puke, cry, and question the existence of God. I get a big smile on my face and a wet spot in my trousers. I just really enjoy it. So when people saw this happening to Netflix, they were wondering my opinion on it. Is it because all of the terrible shows and movies Netflix keeps funding? And in my expert opinion, and it pains me to do this, I'm going to have to diagnose Netflix with shitty content disease, but it doesn't mean it's terminal yet. Netflix has been funding basically anything made by someone with a pulse.
I honestly think that that is kind of true. It seems like Netflix doesn't seem to have any sort of quality control whatsoever, and I think I've seen this personally. Like, all right, I don't know, I don't want to get demonetized, but let me just put it this way. Netflix posted a movie about loving children, and not exactly in the legal way. And, you know, it was just horrible. Like, it wasn't actual CP, but it was definitely pretty close to it, and it was just... I still dread even thinking about that film, but yeah, that's how low the bar is when it comes to funding anything, and I'm guessing they just wanted to do it just to generate buzz, but this is just... like, come on. Even Disney has its limits. Anyway, back to Moist Critical.
And even that seems to be spotty. It feels like they're funding scripts written by fucking AI. They have a catalog of actual dog shit shovelware. Like, you remember DOSBox ROMs back in the early internet where it was just actual 30-second games that were just being uploaded to the ROM sites?
Remember these, and I mean, I didn't grow up around that time, but I definitely discovered like a DOS emulator, and I definitely found like the really cool world of like MS-DOS games, especially the early Elder Scrolls games like Elder Scrolls Arena and Daggerfall. Arena is my favorite simply because it's a lot simpler to set up and it's not as overwhelming as Daggerfall. Though, in all fairness, I don't think I ever gave Daggerfall a fair chance, but DOS games are really cool. I would really recommend you guys check it out whenever you can. There's an emulator called DOSBox, and I think if you want to find games, the ones that I found were in a website called, I think myabandonware.com. I think that's usually a good place to find, like, abandoned DOSBox games, and technically it's legal because, you know, they're abandonware. So, yeah. Anyway, let's go back to this. I don't want to interrupt too much, so, yeah.
That were almost unplayable?
Oh, shit.
That's Netflix right...
Damn, that echo.
Right now, they're just this giant...
Alright, let me just...
The ROM sites that were almost unplayable. That's Netflix right now. They're just this giant cum dumpster of almost unwatchable movies and shows, and it's things nobody is asking for, but they're putting a lot of money into making them for some reason. Like, they'll drop like 50 new originals on like a single weekend, be like, hey, new on Netflix, Netflix presents The Poop That Took a Pee. And then they'll be scratching their heads like, oh, why is no one watching that one? We put a lot of money into that production. That's so weird. Why is no one watching this? It just shows that no one would ever even think to watch that Netflix is funding. Now, I want to make it clear, I don't think bad content is solely responsible for the decline of Netflix right now in terms of their stock price and all of that. I definitely think it contributes because as things get more expensive, because things are absolutely getting more expensive in our world, the first thing that people are going to cut is a service like Netflix. You know, Netflix is just a luxury to have, and it's an expensive one. It's $25 a month. So as the cost of living goes up, people aren't going to be able to justify subscribing to Netflix anymore when they're not even putting out content that they want to watch in the first place. And especially with so much competition right now, Hulu, HBO Max is kind of killing it. Even Crunchyroll slash Funimation to a certain degree, since anime is so big on streaming, and Netflix is doing a horrible job with their anime catalog with like JoJo's Part 6, God rest its soul. I know everyone's upset about that. Netflix cannot get anything right. Fucking JoJo's Part 6 has been divided up into like part releases where they released 12 episodes a few months back, and they still haven't released the next set of episodes for some inexplicable fucking reason, and they had the audacity to hype up, hey, good news, JoJo's Part 6 Part 2 might come out in 2022. Woo-hee-haw! Getting sidetracked, but competition, you know, Crunchyroll, Funimation, Disney Plus. Disney Plus kind of slapping them around right now since they took all of like the Marvel shows and everything, which people are just going to idly binge forever on that service. So the thing is, Netflix just has a lot to compete with now, and the content they keep funding isn't shit that people want to watch. So their originals don't keep them there, and Netflix has really been bled dry when it comes to shows that people love, the like beloved classics. All of those have gone to other streaming platforms, so Netflix is left with just like the worst of the worst. So I definitely think that does contribute, you know, just not having any of those classic shows anymore for people to just want to watch on Netflix. Those have all gone elsewhere, while also not providing any new originals, and then still increasing the monthly subscription price is just a recipe for disaster. They've been increasing the price but decreasing the quality of content on the service. It's just really ass backwards right now. I just think they're not really sure what to fund, so they just fund everything anyway, even if it's like a student project by a 9-year-old or some shit like that, and then hope that one of them sticks. So they'll get the occasional banger like Squid Game or Arcane, but for every Squid Game and Arcane, there were 1,000 Bruise Brothers and other shows that no one has ever heard of. So yeah, the quality of content hasn't been amazing, and that's surely contributed to a lot of people deciding like, I can't really justify paying $20 a month for Netflix anymore, I'll just cancel it and stick with one of the other services. I do think that's a contributing factor. And another thing I want to just say, and I don't know how much of an effect this has, but I really feel like this whole binge model that Netflix is still just living and dying on, which is where they dump an entire season of a show all at once, is just so fucking dumb. The binge model was cool in the early days where it's like, wow, I get to watch my favorite show that I remember when I was a kid all at once. I don't have to like wait week by week. Or even like a new show, like, wow, all of it's out all at once. But now the novelty I think is completely worn off. I much prefer a weekly release of a show, and on Netflix, Arcane proved it could work. It's so much more fun and engaging to watch a show week by week because then everyone's at the exact same pace. You get to discuss it with friends, family, even online, because everyone is at the exact same pace. So you can talk about what might happen next, come up with fan theories and speculate, and it's just a lot more fun to engage with the content that way, as opposed to the binge model where they drop all 12 episodes all at once, and then you'll have some people call out work the next day in order to finish it all in one night, and then you can never really talk about it with anyone because everyone's at different places in the content. Example, Stranger Things Season 3. Third season of Stranger Things was very good, but they dropped all the episodes all at once, so some people finished it in one day, some people in 1 week. So everyone was at different places in the show, and no one ever really talked about it. When Stranger Things dropped, there was a lot of hype, and then within like 2, maybe 3 days, no one was talking about Stranger Things Season 3. It just faded from everyone's memory. Whereas something like Arcane, which was on Netflix, people were talking about the entire run. Every single episode, every drop was trending on Twitter with people talking about it. It just gets people more invested in it. When you're able to discuss it with other people, it just makes it more fun. I just think that whole binge model is really counterintuitive to engagement, as well as keeping people on Netflix. I think it's really fucking stupid. To be honest, like, you're bleeding out. So you take your best shows and release them all at once. People finish them in one day, and then what's their incentive to stay on there? They'll have to wait another 6 months when you accidentally find another good show to fund. You know, like, why would they continue to pay for it that long? Whereas when it comes to a weekly release, Netflix does get lucky. They have another huge show like Squid Game and they release it week by week. And then they get some people to stay longer because they're invested in that show. Like, it all just makes more sense to just do weekly releases, even just from a business standpoint. But yes, I do agree that the quality of the Netflix content hasn't been great. They've been pumping out a lot of net shits recently, and a lot of people are probably just not bothering to re-up a subscription. But Netflix is cracking down in what I believe to be the wrong area. They're just blaming everyone for password sharing, which is a legitimate problem from a business standpoint. Don't get me wrong. A lot of people share passwords. I myself am getting Netflix from Tiana's account. Everyone shares the passwords to their Netflix. So there is a lot of unpaying Netflix viewers. So that is a lot of money left on the table for them, but it's such a tricky problem for them to navigate because if you really come down with an iron fist, just flop your meat on the table and villainize anyone that's ever shared a password, it's going to make it a headache to continue using the platform. So most people just won't even bother, and since there's so many alternatives, they'll just go somewhere else. So them cracking down on password sharing is going to be a really tight rope to walk. I know they've tossed around the idea of doing a really cheap Netflix subscription that has ads with it. For people that don't want to pay the full $20 but still want to watch the content, they could do a cheap alternative but getting some ads there. Maybe that's a decent solution. I don't really know. It's not an unheard of one. I know other services offer that. I just don't know how successful they are in that area. But again, cracking down on password sharing, throw these people in the slammer. They shared their password with too many people. I want them fucking arrested. And making it really a cutthroat policy is only going to serve to damage Netflix further. So they have to really come up with a consumer-friendly option to get people who are sharing passwords to instead pay a little bit to continue watching the content. And I don't know how the fuck they're going to pull off that balancing act. But I do think perhaps the best solution for hemorrhaging so many subscribers is just by offering better content. This is quite literally like that Twitter meme of make better content or I'm unsubscribing. That is actually happening to Netflix right now. The price of everything in the world is getting more expensive. Netflix is expensive, and most people aren't going to want to spend $20 a month for shit where they might get one good show twice a year. That's just not worth the cost. So the best thing they can do is just improve with what they're putting on the platform. And another thing that not a lot of people have mentioned is Netflix's numbers were heavily inflated because of COVID. When COVID hit, everyone went to subscribing to streaming platforms because everyone was locked at home watching shows and movies and shit like that. Now that everyone's getting back into a normal routine in the real world, all those people are starting to cancel these subscriptions. So the numbers just got really inflated. So maybe this is just equalizing and it's totally normal. Can't really say for sure, but what I can say for sure is Netflix has so much garbage on it that no one really wants to watch, while only ever providing a couple of good shows a quarter. So that, I think, is a big problem for them, and the competition's getting fierce. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it's an interesting topic, I think. I always find it very fascinating when there's a company that's too big to fail, starting to fail. I don't think Netflix is in any danger of closing its doors anytime soon. They still have 220 million active subscribers. So they are still very much in the game. It's just a matter of them having a bit of a stumble here. And by a bit of a stumble, I mean they're fucking spiraling down a dirty toilet. A 65% year-to-date loss in the stock is kind of rough, but they're still fine overall. I don't think they're in any danger of dying anytime soon. So I just wanted to talk about it. That's about it. See ya.
This is why I like Moist Critical. He does seem to find a way to be very objective, and yeah, he's...
Hear about the Hollywood
shit.
box doctor who blew his fortune on a mansion and went into bankruptcy. Nope, let's look him up. A celebrity Botox doctor blew his budget on a mansion. Now he's facing bankruptcy. I have to subscribe for the full story? Okay. You've lost me. Oh. Man, is this the whole story? So you're telling me on the Wall Street Journal they give me this and make me pay for the extra paragraph? Man, you got me fucked up. Oh, this is the one he bought. It is? Okay. Well, hold on, let's see. Let's go to newest. Yeah, this is it. The developer bought it. So that Botox guy, based on that story, tried to be like a multi-million mega mansion builder. And he was unable to sell it, from what I understand, so now he's bankrupt. Okay, this is the one.
For some reason, the video doesn't want to show up. Alright, I'm gonna go on a lunch break soon, so just keep that in mind if I ever, stop.
1,000 square.
You know what? Maybe I should do the lunch break right now. Great. I should mute myself. Lol. I'm back. Sorry I had to take so long. I just had to like cook some food, and that was it. So, yeah. Anyway, let me see if I can. For some reason, this doesn't seem to work. Shit. Well, now that I think about it, maybe I should copy this over to the other screen.
feet in both 6 bedrooms, 10 baths.
This guy sounds like
a
Guy
yoga room
Fieri
with
with a
living
cold.
plant walls, a wellness spa fully equipped with a cryo chamber and sensory deprivation tank, a movie theater,
Wow.
bar and entertainment lounge,
Oh, wow.
wine cellar, and a double-deckered glass-bottom pool.
Oh,
Live life
jeez.
in God mode. Every facet controlled with the touch of a...
What does that mean? Why are you trying to throw around a gamer term if you've never touched a video game in your life? Live life in God mode? What, you telling me if you buy this mansion, you become invincible? Fuck you talking about, man? You're not one of us.
facet controlled with
Goddamn
the touch
liar.
of a button.
It is? Okay. Hear about the Hollywood Botox doctor who blew his fortune on a mansion and went into bankruptcy. Nope, let's look him up. A celebrity Botox doctor blew his budget on a mansion. Now he's facing bankruptcy. I have to subscribe for the full story? Okay. You've lost me. Oh. Man, is this the whole story? So you're telling me on the Wall Street Journal they give me this and make me pay for the extra paragraph? Man, you gotta be fucked up. Oh, this is the one he bought. It is? Okay. Well, hold on, let's see. Let's go to newest. Yeah, this is it. The developer bought it. So that Botox guy, based on that story, tried to be like a multi-million mega mansion builder, and he was unable to sell it, from what I understand. So now he's bankrupt. Okay, this is the one.
1,000 square feet in both 6 bedrooms, 10 baths.
This guy sounds like
a yoga
Guy
room
Fieri with a
living
cold.
plant walls, a wellness spa fully equipped with a cryo chamber and sensory deprivation tank, a movie theater,
Wow.
bar and entertainment lounge,
Oh, wow.
wine cellar, and a double-deckered glass-bottom pool.
Oh,
Live life
jeez.
in God mode. Every facet controlled with the touch of a...
What does that mean? Why are you trying to throw around a gamer term if you've never touched a video game in your life? Live life in God mode? What, you telling me if you buy this mansion, you become invincible? Fuck you talking about, man? You're not one of us.
facet controlled with
Goddamn
the touch
liar.
of a button. Follow me up this grand staircase that's going to lead you in the home. I call this stairway to heaven. Why?
What?
Because when you get up here, all your dreams come true. This is all
This is the
Tuscan
worst salesman ever.
stone from Italy. You have this beautiful water feature.
I call this
Is-
little
is it
bad
art?
boy
After a couple cocktails,
colonoscopy.
playground, whatever it is, it looks
'Cause it's
way
gonna
cooler
fuck your
at night
ass
'cause
with
it
beauty.
fully lights up, and then boom. but it's a double-decker, see-through, glass-bottom pool. You can see down to the next pool under and the next deck under. But what's even cooler, you can see right up. You have this really great...
That is pretty cool.
Pool, and it also is a great Baja shelf. So if you want to lay in it or you have young kids that are here, they could play right here in this little pool. But what I really dig about these homes...
That's not really a pool. How deep is that? That's just like sitting in like a puddle that accumulates by a curb after a light rainfall. Not even a kid can really do much in there. So I just like sit in it all sad and shit. Does it go deeper than I'm led to believe here? No fucking shot. I can see like right to the bottom. That's like the depth of this man's shoes, maybe.
Fireplace bifurcates the formal living room to the formal dining. Come with
What
me.
was that? Bifurcates?
This formal dining room is all...
Pardon me, I'm not rich enough to know that word. What? Bifurcates? I can gather from context clues what it most likely means, but let's see. Divide into two branches or forks. Bifurcate. Damn, I've never heard that.
So this is another favorite feature of mine. It is called the Top Brewer. It retails for about $15,000.
Is it a sink? What is this?
Takes coffee beans, grinds them fresh. With the touch of the button, you have 16 beverages from espresso,
Holy
cappuccino,
shit.
any type of milk, and then also sparkling waters and cold beverages.
Oh, can you show it in action? That sounds
Here we
pretty
are in
cool.
the chef's kitchen. Now
What?
this is where the real work
I hate coffee, but what a cool little idea.
Burners, full refrigerator. You're gonna do your outdoor dining. This is a fabulous setting for a dinner party, right off of the kitchen, just off the family room. You have everything flowing in this house, which is really what California living is about.
Are those outdoor? Is
Flowing in
that
this.
conducive to being outdoor furniture? That just looks like cloth. Well, it doesn't really rain in California, does it? So I guess you don't really need to worry about it. I guess that makes sense then. Seems like it'd be a disaster though for the one time the Lord says, fuck it. Here's a little rain, a little drizzle.
This house.
This is where he closes big deals and goes in full God mode.
Well, stop saying God mode. What are you talking? How? What?
Steam off. He comes
There's
right
a fucking
out
space
here,
station.
Takes a dip right in that pool.
What are you talking about? I know he doesn't do that because the guy who built this and owns it has gone bankrupt. He is a Botox salesman. Not a goddamn astronaut. Why is he calling it a space station? There's literally nothing in there that indicates that it's futuristic at all. It's a single Mac computer.
We're underground now. And we have 12-foot ceilings. We have the full bar, fully stacked, gold bar, whiskey. You could pick your poison. You have your glass foosball table just for the occasional foosball match. Is the third level patio deck. Come out and I'll show you guys.
Didn't he say we were
I
underground?
told you about that double-decker pool.
I've never seen
There it is.
trees grow under
Look
here
up.
like this.
You could see through the pool upstairs. Really, really cool. I've never seen anybody do it like this. We have another seat.
Oh, right, we
over
activated
here,
God mode.
lounges
That makes
everywhere.
sense.
This house is meant to have fun.
I feel like this wouldn't be super efficient for making a keg, right? That shit would take a long time. And especially if you're worth millions, wouldn't you just buy a keg? It's not for making a keg? What is it then? What is it? What the fuck is a kegerator? Oh, to dispense the kegs. Ah, I took this as it creates them. I was like, my god, you'll be here for fucking hours. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, now I get it. I see. He would have asked me to leave the tour had I made a comment like that here.
Kegerator,
This
the
guy
deep
does not play
fryer,
games.
The pizza oven, the ice maker.
These walls don't look
Meditate
alive.
in
These
here.
look like dead plants. What is this? This shit is just sad. It's like it's all melting.
Here in the wellness
Caleb
center, we
looking
have a
ass. True, that does look like
$50,000
Caleb.
cryo chamber. This is
Elden Ring
amazing for
shit.
swelling, bone and muscle, anything you like. And then if you come over here, we have a salon where you can get your hair done, you can get groomed, get your makeup done, you can get ready for any event right here in your own home.
So, I don't live in LA or anything. Is there actually, like, traveling salon workers? How are you gonna get your fucking hair done by a salon in your own home? Yeah, there are. Jesus Christ. I know they have, like, private chefs and everything, but I didn't know they'd have, like, every profession that would travel. Someone died recently from going into one of those pods alone. Which one? The one that's supposed to, like, rejuvenate your skin and make you taller or whatever she was talking about? What is wrong with you? What do you mean, what is wrong with... How rich are your parents? What? I had no idea. I didn't know the fucking salon workers would try... If I called up a salon in Tampa and asked them to come to my house, they're sending a fucking hitman. Like, they don't do that here. That's not something that's normal. Tier 1 Rosa. It's generally normal in the UK too. That's one of those things that always blows my mind. Like, I didn't know this was a thing, but it reminds me of when the people in New Jersey learned that most people elsewhere fill up their own cars with gas. And they're like, how is that possible? How is that legal? How can people fill up their own cars? What about the gas station workers? Their whole job is to fill up their car for you. Shit blows my mind.
You can feel it, and you know that you're right up here in your very own space station, but just steps away.
Stop calling it a space station, bro. What are you talking about?
Believe it or not,
it's just a
this is
room.
actually one of my favorite elements of the house, the master bath. Because it feels almost like a spaceship. It's got this.
Oh my god, Jesus! What fucking planet are you from?
It's a steam shower, matte black sinks with all the gold finishes.
That's pretty cool.
TV and the mirrors.
Oh my god, just like a fucking spaceship.
And then the towels, it's even embroidered.
Oh, this shit goes God mode.
$13.69. Only accessible by fingerprint, so nobody else can get in here and steal your amazing watches.
So in this $35 million mansion, the thing we're most worried about is on level 9 of our mansion. Someone happens to find our watch rotator safe and gets in because we didn't have a biometric lock. The towels in this place are worth thousands. Like, I think this is the last thing that needed a biometric scanner or whatever the fuck. A fingerprint. Like, God, the priorities are all over the place. There is a World War II era motorcycle sitting in the living room. Oh yeah, and it's just glass. You can just break the glass.
Spa and Wellness Center. It's the sleekest Sunset Strip modern ever conceived. A design perfect for entertaining, relaxing.
A design perfect for bankrupting the builder. Rest in peace, Botox guy.
It could be yours for $35 million.
Just again to recap, the reason we found this is because the guy who built it is bankrupt now. So, there is a happy ending. Oh, hold on. Where's the one with the picture? Here it is. No, wait, is this not the... Is this the same guy? Yeah, no, this is it. I think... Fuck, I can't tell. All of these extreme mansions look the same. Oh, hey, a champagne tasting room and an NFT art gallery. How modern. Amazing. The picture doesn't look like the same house. Yeah, I mean, it does, but the layout's kind of fucked up. So yeah, maybe that's the wrong house. Well, whatever. We looked at a goofy mega mansion anyway. Damn, now I want to see this one. The Botox doctor's in the comments on the last video, is he? Saying, hey guys, can you please buy this piece of shit? Any billionaires in the YouTube comments? But I don't know, man, it really does look like the same house from this side. I guess we don't see the other side. Would you not buy this if you had enough disposable money? No. I really don't know who does. I'm pretty sure they just buy it as investments. I don't think these are like places people really live. Because almost none of it's going to be in use. And almost none of it's functional. My sister's best friend uncle was a VP in Microsoft and unironically lives in one of these. Well, I mean, good on him, I guess. Can you ironically live in one? Yeah, he lives in one as a joke. Hey guys, I'm not really living in this $35 million mansion. Thanks to the bits, Tori. You should design a mansion on stream one day, and then get one of those 3D design apps. That's such a cute idea.
I apologize for the music that was overlaying there. I did not know that it was still there, but that's on me. I'm sorry. Okay, that's better.
My fan.
Jesus.
We were called out recently by Shank Mods in his super popular Hot Wheels PC modding video, where he invited us to work on a dumb idea. Put a 3090 in a Hot Wheels chassis he offered as a present. Well, Christmas come early. Shank Mods is here, and so is the hardware. There's just one problem.
This isn't a half-length card.
Smart Deploy. Now powered by PDQ.com, Smart Deploy allows IT professionals to image and manage unlimited computer models with one Windows image. Search their library for your models and claim your free licenses worth over $500 at smartdeploy.com/Linus.
Let's start by going over what we want to do versus the constraints of this tiny 9.6 liter case that's gonna try to stop us from doing that. First of all, this big graphics card, where's it gonna go?
So it's going to be similar to how I had it on my other Hot Wheels PC. So we're going to cut out a slit right here. This case is really beat up, so it's a good candidate for doing lots of work on it.
Okay, so you have a spot for the 3090, but I'm guessing that the power supply that comes with this thing isn't gonna be enough?
So the power supplies are from these Hot Wheels PCs are kind of infamous for just like getting toasted. We're gonna be using a different setup for the power supply. We got two of these SFX power supplies. They're 650 watts each. So we're gonna take these two power supplies and we wanna turn this whole area here and use it for something else. So we're gonna take these power supplies and put them right up here along the top.
That's gonna fit
Like that. So they'll fit up top.
above?
Yeah, so we'll have these two at the very top of the case. Together, we're looking at like 1,300 watts.
Hopefully that should be enough. So that brings me to what other parts are we gonna use?
We're gonna be using a 5800X 3D, the new one. This Gigabyte mini ITX motherboard, along with 2 sticks of ballistics RAM.
I couldn't help notice this giant air cooler on here.
So this is just what we have right now for kind of testing to make sure the whole thing works, but we're gonna be running a liquid cooling loop for everything.
It is gonna be water cooled.
Yes, so the whole thing, the GPU and the CPU are gonna be on a single loop. The case is actually pretty easy to take apart. You just remove 2 screws here at the top and then one at the bottom with this pretty sweet screwdriver.
LTT store soon.
So once you remove these 2 screws, the whole chassis it slides right out. And then we get a
she's
nice,
dusty.
Ah, yes, this one's fresh. It doesn't work.
In your last video, when you revamped a Hot Wheels PC, you basically just made like a super powered version of mostly the original kind of PC, right?
Yes, so for mine, I tried to keep the optical drive, the floppy drive, and then I stuffed it with 2 hard drives. But for this one, because we're cramming so much more power inside of it,
We're losing all of that.
yeah, the airflow in the original case, we had 2 air intakes there, and then we had this grill here, and that's all the air intake. By removing the floppy drive and the optical drive, we're gonna get a lot more airflow in the front, which will help us cool the much beefier GPU.
Is that gonna be enough, or should we think about maybe widening these, or maybe putting a hole on the top, or what do you think?
That's something I considered, but I really want to try to keep the case as close to original as possible, kind of keep the same aesthetic. The airflow you gain versus what you lose,
Like the
I don't
spirit
think
of
it'd
the
be
build and-
I don't think it'd be worth it.
Being the Hot Wheels connoisseur that Shank is, he brought multiple. So let's just use this one so it's easier to see. Your plan for the cooling. Now, we emailed back and forth a bit, and you had an original plan.
Yeah, so the original plan was this right here, we have an 80mm grill, and this is the only exhaust on the entire PC. So my original plan was to run another 92mm custom loop here with a blow emitron. They're 12-volt fans that draw about 4 to 5 amps. That should do a good job cooling it, but the issue is it's really loud.
There's another problem with it, though, was that Linus was actually really skeptical that that would even be sufficient cooling.
So another plan we had was to put more tiny blue emitrons up here with another radiator here, and just have radiators everywhere with blue emitrons, but that would just be so loud. Aside from putting radiators all over it, me and Alex got to work brainstorming through a video call. Alex came up with the idea of trying to fit a bigger radiator by moving the power supply.
How big are we talking, 120?
So 120 millimeters. So what I was able to do was I had those Flex ATX power supplies, and if we mount them to the top, this clears up where the power supply was. Rather than using an 80mm exhaust for the 92mm rad, we can cut this part out and have a 120mm rad right here.
There's another thing. At the top, we were talking about how this is longer than a typical 3090. How are we gonna make this fit?
Fortunately, the Hot Wheels PC itself has a bit of dead space. We're gonna have to cut into the back of the frame and have a place for it to extrude a bit, and that will also provide support for the back of the graphics card.
Okay, so we've got everything on an open air bench, and right away I'm thinking this 120mm radiator is looking pretty thick compared to the tiny chassis it needs to fit into. But what we're trying to figure out right now is this even sufficient cooling? So we have Furmark running to tax the GPU, we've got Prime 95 running to tax the CPU, and we've got hardware info open to monitor our temps, and we're gonna see what they end up plateauing at. Now you might say that this isn't even a relevant test to do because it's an open air bench and it's gonna be going into this completely, almost completely closed off chassis. But what we wanna know is, do we at least have some headroom here? Like if it doesn't thermal throttle on this, that means we have some room to play with. And maybe there's a chance in hell that it'll work in here. But if it does thermal throttle on here, then we have to reinvent the wheel and think of another solution, because if it doesn't work here, it's not gonna work here. Okay, so we have a cooling loop set up, and the game we're gonna play here is, does Linus think this is sufficient cooling?
Oh my gosh, I can already tell you probably not.
All right, so I'm gonna aim the camera at it. You've got your water block 3090, you've got a 5800 X3D in there, and
Wow, okay.
there's your res, and this is your Chungus thick 120mm rad.
That's a crossflow rad, so I can already tell you you're giving up some there.
So what do you think the temps are? We've been running Furmark for about 20 minutes, as well as Prime 95.
Well, I can tell you, I think that GPU is up in the, like, 80-degree range, and then I think the CPU is probably as high as, like, 70 plus.
We got the Furmark here.
Shut up!
51 degrees after 26 minutes.
Really? Okay, this might just work then. Yeah, you might just pull this off.
Daddy's proud. We're gonna modify this chassis to fit our 3090 in 5 steps. Step 1 is gonna be to clean out and empty out this whole thing so it's more like this. That means we're gonna have to drill out these rivets and pull out these cages. Next, we're gonna have to drill a hole here for the GPU. That's step 2. And step 3, the opposite side, because remember the GPU has to stick out because it's too long. Step 4 is gonna be cutting a hole for our power supplies. And then step 5, cut a hole for our big old radiator. But I actually have a lot of other stuff to do in my regular job, so I'm gonna get Tynan to do this for me.
Oh, what?
I originally used this motherboard on my previous build, but there's a few issues we're gonna have to solve to make this one work. This bracket right here interferes with this little extrusion, so we're gonna need to remove this plate. The other issue we have is right here, because this is a permanently affixed I/O shield. This butts right against this lip right here. So in order to make this fit, we're gonna need to cut into the bed, because this is where it's all mounted.
So, after taking out this initial cut and realizing that this is kind of impractical, I just spent a little bit of time catting up what's going to be our back plate here with all of the cutouts for the power supplies, the GPU, as well as the I/O shield and the radiator. And I'm about to cut out one of our test pieces before trying to go on to either our mill or our router to cut it out of metal. I cut out a thicker piece of acrylic that's also clear, so we have an idea of what's going on. And also it's a lot more structural. And then the next thing we want to try to do is fit in the rad, which we already know is going to be not fun.
So the radiator's the biggest thing. So right here, there's not enough space right here because of the cap right there is bumping against it. So the screws posts are barely not able to.
So we had thought that maybe we can get away with taking this cap off, taking it off onto the Tormach and machining it flatter. So we have a lower profile bit because it has knurling on it. So we can hand tighten it. And that might just give us enough clearance to let it fit in.
Ready for more dumb idea?
Oh, good.
Instead of this, what if this?
Yeah.
We had it kind of crooked.
Yep.
So then it was right up against there. That would give us more clearance for the GPU and a little bit more clearance there. So the only downside is it would look a little crooked on the back of it, which...
That's fine.
Which is fine.
Yeah, we can totally do that. I'll cut out another one.
Now that we've cut this hole out of the front of the case for the back of the GPU, it should be able to fit. Can slide right into there and click into place. And even though it is extruding out of this part of the case slightly, it's still within the range of that gap inside of there. So it'll fit right into the dead space inside this case, but outside of this frame. So fits right in.
Some breaking news, Shank Mods is now on Flowplane. He already has multiple exclusives ready to go, including over an hour-long director's commentary of his GameCube Joy-Cons video, and a bunch of behind-the-scenes information. So if you love Shank's content but are left wanting by the big gaps between his videos, check him out on Flowplane for extra goodies. Now back to the video.
This aluminum backplate represents the crossing off of every list item. We've done it.
Yeah.
We finished
At this point, yes.
Okay.
Pretty much, yeah.
So now we have everything like sitting like a pile of meat in the case, loose. And once we put this on, then it'll all be mounted and secure. Then we can fill the loop and pray to whatever existence is beyond us that this thing actually still boots and works. So let's get this on.
All right, ready? So I'm gonna lift this up and then push this part in so then it fits. Then
Nice. Okay.
it slides right in.
Okay, we got fur mark going, Prime 95 going. We're 2 minutes into this test and we do not have the fan set to 100%. So we're hoping that's gonna be fine.
But if not, we'll try sending it to 100 and see how it goes then.
And how loud it is.
Yeah.
23 minutes in, temps have stabilized. Tiny, can you remind us what the numbers were before? The CPU max before was?
So CPU max before was 68.8 degrees.
Now it's 81.6. The GPU temp before was?
52 degrees.
52, the max now, 64.
So hotter, but not technically throttling.
The CPU could be cooler.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to like daily drive at 82. But I'm pretty happy with the GPU temp at 64. That's not that bad. So let's ramp it up.
Yeah, so
And
let's
do this all
restart it,
again.
go into the BIOS, crank the fan, and see if it runs any better.
It's been 20 minutes with the radiator fan max, and we dropped 10 degrees. LTVstore.com, ladies and gentlemen! 70 degrees on the CPU, and what is it? Bounced around 54 on the GPU.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah, not bad for so much power in such a little case. And
Yup.
in what, 9.4 liters? 9.6 liters?
9.6.
Less than 10.
I can drink that in a day. Oh yeah.
But this is a gaming rig, so let's play some games.
I feel terrible that I missed all of this, but at least I get to see it now.
All right, you ready for this?
I'm ready to feel greater. Oh my god, it's amazing. You guys did up the Estendo? What did you even do? Is this just the electrical tape? Oh! Oh, dog, shut up. This might be the greatest retro-themed gaming setup of all time. No, I'm serious. What could be better? We've got the Estendo, like basically, how many of these even exist anymore? You know, rear projection ultra-wide, the first ultra-wide. We've got the one and only Hot Wheels PC. That's interesting. Well, it's Hot Wheels. Wait, the radiators, you guys managed to get everything inside? Holy crap, is it ever? Can I open it up? It doesn't open up the old way anymore, does it?
Well, the problem is you'll see that these are rivets and not screws.
Yes, I see that.
And the reason for that was because it's so tight in there
Yeah.
that if we used screws, we wouldn't be able to hold the nuts so that the nut didn't spin. And we couldn't even put nuts in. It's nutless.
No nut Hot Wheels PC. I have to game on it. Oh, okay, it's the actual Hot Wheels mouse. I was hoping we had a modern mouse with vinyl decals like you guys did on these, but wait, what? You guys spray painted an entire keyboard for this?
Yeah, you didn't even take the keys off. Just bombed it.
Just went for it. It took me this long to notice though. So stealthy. This is absolutely insane. What could be more glorious? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Ooh, that's actually pretty sleek. Oh my gosh. The only thing I've ever seen that gets close to this is Luke's Fallout Bomb PC. It's packed so tight. Front to back, RTX 3090, frickin' Flex ATX power supply.
There's two of them.
There's two? There's two! This may be the greatest computer in existence. What, you don't believe me? Fine. Show me a greater one. Prove it is greater. Is this custom? Did Shank do this? Well, this is my favorite Xbox controller. Is it mine?
No, I think you want it.
Oh, crap. Okay. That's fine. I would too. The maximum noise of it isn't even that ridiculous. To be clear, it's not quiet, but it's not loud in the ways that I might have expected. For example, those Flex ATX power supplies are barely even contributing. It's just that Noctua air mover industrial PPC fan that we've got in there. Kids, can you say 130 FPS at whatever weirdo resolution this is? It looks like garbage because the image is so soft on this monitor, but it's running great. I was big into the just, black frames around everything. Nah, dog. I want a blue, orange, and yellow monitor now. There's just no other way to put it. This build absolutely slays. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Just like our sponsor.
War Thunder. War Thunder is a free-to-play online military vehicle combat game. It's available on Windows, Mac, Linux, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X with crossplay. It features 10 playable nations and an incredible arsenal of over 2,000 historically accurate playable tanks, aircrafts, and ships from the 1910s to the vehicles in service today. You'll compete in massive, combined arms battles on over 100 major battlefields from World War II to modern environments. War Thunder's vehicles are implemented with a high level of authenticity and detail, so their speed, their armor, firepower, and model are as close to real life as possible without compromising on gameplay. Their damage models are realistic and dynamic, adding a huge amount of depth that's rarely matched by other free-to-play games. So head to the link below and start playing War Thunder for free. You'll also get a free bonus premium vehicle just for signing up.
If you guys enjoyed this video, you absolutely need to subscribe to Shank Mods on YouTube. He has done some absolutely crazy stuff, both with Hot Wheels and Barbie PCs, as well as other cool stuff, so definitely go check him out. And if you're looking for another video to watch right now, maybe go check out, actually, I've got a playlist for you. This is Far From Our Only Sleeper PC, and some of them, actually, I don't know if they're crazier than this one, but all right, they'll be a letdown, but they're good too. I think it's fair criticism to say that the last time we looked at the house here, we really focused on my stuff. The speakers, the wires, the gizmos, the power supplies, and we glossed over the painstaking work that you and the other people that I think helped you, as far as I can tell you did most of it, did to make sure that this place is gonna look freaking awesome. So we are gonna take a look through the new house, and we are going to let Yvonne tell the story this time. And you know it's gonna be a good story because it involves owls.
Okay.
Oh, and I have some wire and speaker and power supply stuff to update you guys on as well. So we're definitely gonna do that too. And we're gonna do it with our sponsor.
Glasswire. Are you lagging out while gaming? Use Glasswire and see what apps are wasting your bandwidth and causing your games to lag. Get 25% off today using offer code Linus at the link below.
Oh.
Wait, what? Okay, we're replacing that door handle.
I mean, how did I break?
Okay, let's start in the master bathroom.
Yeah, watch your step, Brennan.
Why did you put that right in his...
Because I literally dropped it, and so I didn't feel like picking it up again since we're starting over here. The bathroom layout was horrible before. So this little room here had a shower and a toilet in it, and it's tiny. So we redid the layout in here, besides everything being pink and gold. Now it's all gray, which some people don't like that, but we like it. We have this really nice 1.5 person tub.
Which one of us is the half person?
I think you're both 0.7.
I'm pretty sure that's not how you're supposed to use the tub.
It's gonna be awesome. Come try it out with me.
That's a good sized tub.
It is.
Yeah, it's not bad, actually.
And the reason we went with 1.5 instead of a 2 person is because if you did want to just have a bath by yourself, it's not gonna take an incredible amount of water to fill. You know what? It was actually really difficult to find faucets. I flow, and so finding something that was
Oh, it's hooked up!
Okay. Thanks. So we have what I think are beautiful countertops, but Jake thinks are dirty.
Look, it looks dirty.
It is not dirty. That looks like stone. Actually, all of the sinks had to be reinstalled because I think the sink guy was just having a bad day.
I thought he was having a really good day. They were like off kilter. And
Yeah.
I mean, worst comes to worst, you could always just paint over this, right?
Oh my gosh, you cannot be serious. My favorite thing in here is the double shower. When we moved into our first place, I saw it and I was like, that is weird. Who does that? And then
Do you think it works?
we used it and loved it, and now we just couldn't go back.
And I don't know, maybe you guys are sitting here thinking that's weird, but the way that I see it, families who shower together.
So we went from a rinky-dink shower to this awesome double shower.
You're walking.
I am standing inside Apple's top secret facility in the Netherlands to be one of the first people in the world to go hands-on with their new and improved robot. And we're going to put it through its paces.
But to understand what it is and why it exists, we need to grasp the current problem in the smartphone market. That's me, apparently. The truth of it is, smartphones are bad for the environment. If you just throw your old phone away in the bin, then one of two things is going to happen. It's going to either end up sitting in a landfill site, taking up space and contaminating the soil, or it's just going to end up getting incinerated, releasing toxic chemicals into the air that are damaging to plants, animals, and people. This is why almost every big tech company has been practically forced now to provide you with an option to trade in your older phone, so that they can recycle it and reuse its materials, instead of just dumping them. But even this isn't great. Because smartphones are so unbelievably complex, and on top of that how most companies make 100 different models, they make regional variants, they make devices constructed from all manner of different materials, it is almost impossible for them to set up an efficient recycling system that will work for all of them. And so what most companies end up doing is just taking the batteries out, shredding the rest of the phone into pieces like this, and then using an incredibly powerful hammer to pulverize them into something more like this. And at this point, you can recover some materials to be reused. Like, you can separate the lighter materials from the heavier ones by blowing air at a certain power, and you can separate the metals from the non-metals by using magnets to attract just the metals. But this is where you have problems. There might be 20 different metals just within one phone. So even though you could get yourself some nice assorted metal soup, you'll struggle to actually separate the aluminium from the lithium and the tungsten. And so what you end up with is just impure materials, which can now only really be used to manufacture lower quality products. You could have a smartphone constructed from aerospace grade aluminium, but put it through a process like this, and the only thing it will be good for on the other side is, well, making the next cat toy. Want some impure metal toys?
And that brings us to this, Apple's 33-foot-long behemoth of a machine that uses its 5 robotic arms to manually pull apart old iPhones to harvest their organs more effectively. And it's called Daisy. And to visually explain what makes this such a massive leap above the normal recycling process, I'm about to sacrifice an iPhone live in front of your eyes. You had a good life, son. He was dead before this, I should clarify that. So, now that I've placed my phone in, we're actually going to see it traveling through the 4 distinct sections of Daisy, getting more and more minutely deconstructed as it goes. So in the very first section, Daisy uses a camera up top to take a photo of the phone that I put in. It then cross-references that with an internal database to figure out exactly which model it is, and therefore how to treat it. I guess this is where Apple benefits versus other companies, because they only make, say, 4 different iPhone models per year, instead of, 100, and the fact that they all share similar components and materials, it does make it feasible that they can have one machine to deconstruct them all. My thoughts and prayers to Samsung if they ever tried to make one of these. Am I allowed to say Samsung in here?
No.
This was kind of crazy. So right here, Daisy basically checks to see if the iPhone you put in has any imperfections, you know, if it's like a little bit bent out of shape or whatever. And then it alerts the whole rest of the robot so that it can adjust its program and its disassembly according to those imperfections. We're into the second section, where Daisy uses a gust of really cold air, I mean really, really cold, like minus 70 degrees Celsius, to freeze the adhesive around the battery and then slap it out like a misbehaving child. You kind of have to separate the battery because the way that you recycle batteries is very distinct from the way that you recycle, say, aluminium. The third module is all about screwing. More specifically, punching out the screws of the remaining parts, using the machine's understanding of exactly which screw is where on every single iPhone. And the goal of it is to prime this phone for Section 4, which finishes off the disassembly, excavating the remaining loosened parts. You know, the RAM, the motherboard, the speakers, to then be sorted by hand into specific piles of each. Look at all this stuff! Oh my god, Daisy, what have you done? These are all the beaten up iPhone shells. But the cool thing is that pretty much every single material here, because they've now been separated into their core components, can be recycled into pure upmarket materials. Holy moly! Look at these cameras! How many megapixels do you think there are in this box?
Now, you might be thinking at this point, what a load of faff. You've got this supremely capable robot, engineered to be smarter than most people, dissecting these iPhones piece by piece, and even then, you still don't end up with raw materials. There's like 15 other processes that still need to happen. I initially thought the same thing, but there are three things I want to show you that really make it clear how important this thing is. And then we're going to cap the whole thing off with how we can actually save the planet. And if you're enjoying this video, then a sub to the channel would be very buzzing. I actually learned something on this trip. So the very first thing is the numbers. I know that this Daisy seems like one tiny machine compared to the scale of manufacturing around the world, but it turns out that because smartphones are so incredibly dense in valuable materials, by taking apart just one tons, Apple is getting the same amount of gold and copper that they normally get from 2,000 tons of traditionally mined rock. But there's also the fact that Daisy works kind of fast. You saw all those processes that took place, right? Figuring out which phone it is, placing it on like 15 different belts, freezing it, smacking it, punching it, devouring its insides. On first glance, it kind of looks like it might take 10 minutes or so per phone, but it actually takes 18 seconds. It really doesn't last long. And so when you also factor in that there are two Daisies, one here in the Netherlands and another one in the US, that works out to 2.4 million iPhones a year, which is enough recycling capacity that actually these machines are half empty right now. There is room for more phones. Now, the second thing is that Daisy is not a fixed entity that never changes. She's constantly getting updated. Just for perspective, in 2013, Apple came out with a recycling robot called Liam to disassemble old iPhone 5s. But he just wasn't good enough in the screwing stage, which meant that it took him 12 full minutes to disassemble each one. So they improved him, launching Liam 2.0, who was an order of magnitude faster, but could still only do one model of iPhone. So they improved him with Daisy, who can do everything from an iPhone 5 to an iPhone 12, including the S phones, the Pro phones, the Max phones, everything. And even she has now been upgraded since she was first built. The point I'm trying to make is that even though this 2.4 million recycling capacity, it isn't close to the 200 million phones that Apple sells in a year, as soon as more people start returning their old phones and more capacity is needed, Apple could quite easily make it, by either just creating more Daisies or creating the next version of Daisy. And I have the perfect name for it. But it's the third thing here that's the most important, the bigger picture, because Daisy is not the only robot Apple has. They've got another one, Dave, who disassembles the taptic engines, the little motors that provide the vibration feedback when you press stuff. They've got Taz, who focuses on recovering rare earth magnets, the tiny but very powerful magnets that are used in everything from your phone's speaker system to your camera's autofocus mechanism. They even have a robot just to disassemble AirPods Pro cases. All of this environmental stuff is all targeted at two major goals. Number one is to become 100% carbon neutral by 2030, meaning that any carbon that Apple emits through its processes will have to be offset by carbon that it takes in through various environmental projects. And it looks like they're on track for this. Partly thanks to using recycled parts instead of intensively mining for new ones, partly thanks to Apple pushing their suppliers to start using renewable energy in their processes, and partly just through efficiency improvements in manufacturing to use less carbon in the first place. But then the second goal is to be able to eventually build products entirely from 100% recycled materials. Just imagine holding a brand new iPhone in your hands that everyone wants, knowing that it was manufactured entirely using materials from broken old iPhones that no one wants. That would be kind of insane. But it's also a much harder goal to achieve. Like, right now, an average Apple product is made from about 20% recycled materials, and that is pretty much the highest in the industry. But I do feel like we're starting to see the first signs of it. I didn't actually know this, but you see these antenna bands on the iPhone 13? They're made from upcycled water bottles. Microsoft recently released a computer mouse that's made entirely from recycled ocean plastic. Some of the plastic within the latest Samsung phones is made from recycled fishing nets. None of these things on their own are going to change the world, but they are a sign that there's enough market pressure on these companies that the wheels have started spinning. And that leads me to the final thing. If you want to play your part, what should you do? Well, step A is to just keep your current phone for as long as you're happy with it. And it's never been easier to do that. Samsung's just started giving 4 years of software updates. Apple gives 5 years. I have an iPhone 10 here from 2017, and apart from mediocre battery life, it's very usable. Step B occurs when you then decide to move on to a new phone. At which point, you can either trade your current one in, earning credit to spend towards it, or just sell it yourself or hand it down to a friend or family member. And I would say these options are pretty much equivalent. Like, if you just handed your old phone to your younger cousin, for example, that's probably the least polluting option. There's no postage or admin or logistics involved, you just give it to them. But then if you do trade it in, there is an upside in the sense that companies like Apple and Samsung, they can refurbish it, fixing the parts that might be more prone to failure, and thus extending its overall shelf life by a couple more years. And then step C is what to do if your phone is broken. And at this point, the answer is 99% of the time to just trade it in. If it's still partially functional, then you'll get paid for it. And if it's lost beyond hope, then handing it back will at least allow these materials to be used again, as opposed to very slowly breaking down in a field somewhere. And if you are upgrading to a new phone anytime soon, then one way to make the absolute most of it is Surfshark VPN, this video's sponsor. I've had it on my phone for the last 2.5 years, and in that entire time, because I'm sharing this one subscription with 6 other people, it's only cost me like $10. And that $10 has given me, 1, better prices for products that use browser cookies to try and make things more expensive for me. 2, anonymity for when I'm logging into public Wi-Fi networks, like in airports, which are the most vulnerable. 3, access to the full internet, including TV shows from other countries. And 4, encryption. Every minute that you spend online, companies are recording who you are and what you're doing. Which means that even if they don't have any nefarious intentions, when there is a data breach, then that info, including your location, can fall into the hands of someone who does. It's not a one-click magic solution that's going to immediately fix all of your privacy concerns, but for me it is $10 well spent. So give it a go, and if you hit the link in the description and use code BOSS, you'll get it not just for the price that I'm paying, but also 3 extra months for free on top of that, fully refundable if you don't like it. To see me testing the fastest gadgets in the world, that video's here. Or to find out if a 2022 mid-range phone can beat a 2020 flagship, that video's here. My name is Aaron, this is Mr. Who's the Boss. I'll catch you in a minute. So, I've spent the last few weeks working on my list of top 2019 smartphones, but I want to make it the most thorough, most complete video out there, so I need to test everything, or as close to that as I possibly can. So out here, I've got pretty much all the contenders for that list that I haven't fully yet brought in and tested myself, including 3 really wacky smartphones, which we're going to get to at the end. There are 17 phones in total, so we're going to start with the LG G8X ThinQ, and this is a surprising phone for a few reasons. Alright, so first things first, we've got an LG branded screen cleaning cloth, and we've got the smartphone itself, and generally speaking, the way this phone is packaged is pretty standard fare, except for this. So you're looking at the package of a second display, which is strange because we're in 2019, the year of the foldable phone, and in a way LG is kind of flying in the face of that. They say that this is actually going to offer a better experience. I will say this, it's surprisingly good value for money. For $699, you're getting the smartphone as well as this second display and a whole load of other A-grade specifications, like a Snapdragon 855, a 4000 mAh battery, and the widest ultra-wide camera I've ever seen on a phone. This is a quick comparison shot between the main camera and that ultra-wide. That is interesting. Look at this. And it doesn't feel bad either. This is like a really solid hinge. The Mi 9 Pro 5G, which from the name alone sounds pretty similar to the Mi 9 that was released earlier this year, but internally is completely rehauled. That is a nice looking back, and actually matte finish as well, which is always plus points from me. For starters, the charging speeds have been given a lot of love here. You can get 40 watts of power from the wired charge, or actually what is almost more surprising is that the Mi 9 Pro 5G can charge wirelessly nearly as fast as that. It's got a larger battery than before, and ticks all the performance boxes: Snapdragon 855 Plus, 12 gigs of RAM, and UFS 3.0 storage, plus 5G. And one of the exciting things about this thing is, again, price, because at $520 if we convert the Chinese price, you could expect it to be around $600 if it actually does launch in the US. Oh yeah, and massive thanks to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring this video. At around $349, I've had a lot of people ask me to take a look at the Nokia 7.2. And packaging wise, I'm pretty sure all these Nokia phones kind of look the same, but the phone itself is pretty interesting. You get a 10-watt charger, which is not hugely impressive nowadays, and a pair of not so great looking earphones. The supposed highlights of the phone though are a 48 megapixel triple camera, Nokia's classic solid build quality, and the fact that it's on Android 1. Nokia is developing a bit of a reputation for giving people a clean and secure version of Android, and being really prompt with updates. Also, on a bit of a side note, if you do enjoy straight to the point tech content like this, a sub would be amazing. Plenty more coming. Next up, the Xperia 1, and I've actually used this phone a fair bit at various different events, but I've never had one in the studio. That is vibrant. You've probably seen it before. It has this super tall design that Sony claims makes the phone more suited to scrolling social media feeds and watching cinematic video. The display also happens to be world's first 4K OLED on a smartphone, and when you find video that fills the screen and you find applications that support it, it's impressive. I just don't think this is going to become a mainstream format, and so it's not going to get the support that makes it worth it. There's also this triple camera on the back, said to be impressive, and it comes with the Cinema Pro app, which goes a long way to recreating the feel of a full-frame Sony Alpha camera. It's apparently pretty good, but I'll test this myself. By now, you've probably heard of Red Magic. They specialize in value-based gaming smartphones, and this right here is the top model they've ever made. It is the 12 gig RAM, 256 gig storage model of their Red Magic 3S in an exclusive colorway they call Cyber Shade, and wow, that is really something. You're effectively paying $599 for every feature you'd want in order to play games. The absolute best power, emphasis on heat dissipation with a physical fan inside, a gigantic 5000 mAh battery, and a 90Hz fluid display to make things appear even smoother. And I gotta say, if you're into this aggressive gaming aesthetic, and having a phone with a subtle design isn't a priority for you, then it's kind of refreshing that you've got a phone right here where the company has just gone nuts on the design. I actually really like it. So I'm a little late to the party with this one, but the Xiaomi Mi A3 is labeled by a lot of people as a safe bet. A phone that doesn't do a lot of things exceptionally, but does a lot of things well, and because I'd argue that's one of the most important things, I gotta use it. Okay, so in here, I believe there's a case. Oh, and not the standard clear TPU case. Oh, well, it's basically the same. It actually looks good though. Considering you can get one of these right now for around $170, it has three things that I think are really impressive. A, that you're getting a pretty massive 4030 mAh battery. B, that it's got a similar design and build quality to far more expensive phones. It feels pretty similar to the Xiaomi Mi 9. And C, that this is a Super AMOLED display, although one of the main caveats is that the resolution is only 720p. The OnePlus 7 Pro 5G, and this is basically exactly the same phone as the OnePlus 7 Pro, so I'm not going to say too much about this, just the fact that this year I think OnePlus has made some incredible smartphones, but also some pretty confusing ones. They've made some models only available in some regions, and their current, naming convention is starting to fall apart a little bit, with their latest smartphone being called the OnePlus 7T Pro 5G McLaren Edition. Speaking of which, this is the UK version of this phone, which is not 5G. like I said, weird. And of course, that does not change the fact that this packaging is incredible. This is one of the best packaged smartphones I've ever seen. Everything is just super elongated. And in fact, if we put this next to a smartphone box, you're looking at like 1.5, almost 2 times the height. You're getting a special McLaren OnePlus Warp charger, the smartphone itself, which I'll come to in a second. There's a braided USB-C cable, and the way this package opens is actually from the bottom. So this lower section, I believe, yeah, so you get a special limited edition McLaren case as well. Fun fact, this is actually made using the same materials as you find on a McLaren steering wheel. As for the phone itself, on one hand, internally, this is the best of the best. But on the other hand, externally, I don't think I like the way it looks. When I first saw this phone, I genuinely thought that someone had spilled something on the back and the glass was stained. One thing I do instantly like though is the papaya highlight on a black body. Next up is this guy, the Nubia Z20, and it feels like this is a phone built to get a reaction. That's some really unusual packaging. So we do get a case, and it's a bit of a different case because this is different phone. This thing has a primary display on one side of the phone, which basically fills the whole front, but then a smaller secondary display on the back. So actually, just before I made this video, I watched the trailer from the company to show how they were trying to sell this idea of having dual screens, and I came away a bit unconvinced. The main benefit I can get on board with is being able to turn the phone around and use the main high-grade rear camera as the front camera too. Then again, as with a whole load of other phones on this list, it is cheaper than expected at around $600. The Axon 10 Pro is a smartphone I've seen surprisingly little coverage on, considering it's actually a bit of a beast. So, $549, and it's another one of these devices that falls into this new category of budget flagship phones, which I'm a fan of. It's really rounded, it's got a pebble-like feel to it. I like the way it looks, but time will tell if it actually does anything to stand out from this crowd. The UmiDigi S3 Pro is a phone that's been sitting on my desk for about a year now, completely unopened, which is bad, but on paper, it seems like pretty good value. You've got this like felt interior, which is a nice touch. Ooh, and that cable is pretty unusual. Take a look at this. So $250 for a 48 megapixel dual camera. You've got a 5150 mAh battery, and you've got 6 gigs of RAM and 128 gigs of storage. Plus, what I think is really cool here is they've actually embossed the Mr. Who's the Boss logo onto the back of the phone. They really didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. There's also the Realme X2, which is the standard model of the Realme X2 Pro that I really liked and I reviewed not too long ago. Because, as is often the case with smartphones, the better value actually comes from the base model. And packaging wise, it's pretty similar. The main difference being that instead of the 50-watt charger you get on the Pro, you get 30 watts here. So it's not going to have the ludicrous 30 minutes for a full charge that that phone did, but it's still going to be faster than most. Ooh, and interestingly, we've actually got a different color variant here. It's like a blue to purple gradient. And this one ends up costing around $330, so it looks promising. 2 more smartphones before we start getting weird. Oppo Reno 2. And let me tell you, it's pretty clear that Oppo knows how to package smartphones well. This is like a fine art. This is gorgeous presentation, and if we check the back, it says luminous black. And to be honest, I've got no idea what that's going to look like. And inside the box, we've got, of course, the smartphone on top, which is pretty tall looking. And below that, we've got one of the nicer looking smartphone cases, especially ones that are coming bundled with your smartphone, and some Oppo branded earphones. And the cool touch with these is that if you look on the inside, you can actually see they're green. So at around $550, this phone almost feels a tier above. It's got a front-filling display and one of the nicer general design aesthetics, plus a quad rear camera and the iconic shark fin pop-up on the front. The main caveat here is an upper mid-range Snapdragon 730G chip, but this chip is still quite geared for gaming. And then, the Vivo V17 Pro, which is similarly priced and similarly spec'd. Whoa, that is nice. We've also got a different style of case here. It is hard plastic, but with this kind of woven texture. One of the main differentiators is a dual camera pop-up that includes a main 32 megapixel selfie camera and then an ultra-wide as well. It's a pretty heavy phone. It is built using Gorilla Glass 6 though, so the upside is protection. Now, for some very special, very unusual smartphones, starting with the Q phone by a company you probably haven't heard of called Cubex. And apparently this is a glasses-free 3D smartphone. Please open carefully in case anything became loose during shipping. And let's open it up. That is better put together than I was expecting. I was half thinking that the phone would just be knocking around inside the box. Got a quick start guide, we've got a USB-C cable, we've got some very familiar looking earphones over here, and then a pretty unusual looking power brick over here. That's quite nice. It's only a 10-watt brick, but what's pretty cool is that you've actually got two USB ports on there to charge two things at the same time, just really slowly. And the device itself. You know what, it's a little messy, but it's not bad looking. There is almost no info at all on this phone on the internet, so I'm almost going in blind here. So the phone comes preloaded with a ton of 3D movies, and so just clicking on one of them, it's actually not bad. The effect is better than I thought it was going to be, although the resolution is a little lacking. There's also a 3D camera app, and it actually dynamically adjusts the amount of 3D depending on what the subject is. So I was expecting the effect to be a little naff, but it actually works as advertised. That doesn't change the fact that it's a bit gimmicky, but fair enough, Cubex, fair enough. And now, the Unihertz Atom, which I believe is world's smallest rugged smartphone. And I gotta say, this whole concept is just so cute. The packaging, everything here is tiny. Look at this little thing. And here is the smartphone with its 2.45-inch display. It's kind of impressive because even though a lot of corners have been cut to get to this dimension, a lot haven't. There's a fingerprint scanner built into the home button. You've got a IP68 water and dust resistance and a 2000 mAh battery, which considering the dimensions and the power draw of this device should actually last you a while. And saving arguably the absolute strangest device till the end, this is a phone from company Pro Truly, which you've almost definitely never heard of. And it's not even from this year, it's just a really interesting phone that I never got round to unboxing. Right up top you can just see this little protruding camera module, and note that it's massive. Pretty much just standard packaging, charger, you've got earphones and a cable and instruction manual. But this phone has one major feature, you could call it one major gimmick, a 360-degree camera. It's a massive module, and you can see why the device never took off, but at the same time, it's definitely a head turner, and it works as advertised. Surfshark VPN is pretty crazy value. Take a listen to this. You pay $1.99 a month, and that gives you unlimited simultaneous connections. You probably already know that VPNs can keep your browsing anonymous, especially on public Wi-Fi, and that they can help you get around internet censorship in certain regions like China. But Surfshark does a lot more than that. As well as being able to connect to single locations, it also allows you to multi-hop or encrypt your data through two different servers at the same time. Surfshark can also scan online databases to make sure your emails and passwords haven't been leaked, and let you use something called Blind Search, an internet search tool with no logs, no tracking, and no ads. Two of the coolest things here are a built-in ad blocker, which lets you load pages faster whilst using less data, and the ability to access 15 different Netflix libraries from around the world. So check the link in the description and use the code BOSS to get an 83% discount and an extra month for free. So that's that. Thanks a lot for watching, and definitely stay tuned for the top smartphones video. It's going to be the biggest we've ever done on this channel. Catch you in the next one.
Um, good news. I finally got my headphones so that I can finally react to things. God forbid I might end up stumbling across another copyrighted shit, but oh well. Anyway, let me just fix that up for just a sec. So yeah, it's gonna take a little while. I'm just gonna have to pair the Bluetooth. I'm sorry this stream has been very boring, but it's just that, I didn't want to cause that echo, so yeah. Fortunately, it's gonna get a little bit more fun this time, hopefully. Oh, algorithm, please recommend this video to people who might actually stay. Amen. Alright, so let's see here. Still not connecting. Alright, it's connected. That's good. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's react to some bizarre shit. Alright, chat, just send me any suggestions and I might actually watch that video. I see that Donnie is still here, I think. Or Connie, sorry, Connie. So just feel free to suggest anything, Connie, if you're still here. Let's see if what could I find. You know what? I'm gonna look at this video about the rarest Pokemon game. Here it is. Yeah, I totally relate to that. I'm not there yet, though. Oh crap! Crap! The audio output is not here. What the hell? Shouldn't be there. All right, let's play this again.
May of 2003.
There it is. Jesus Christ.
Do you ever want something and you can't really explain why you want it so much? But
I can relate.
It's really important to you, so you spend way more money than you should to buy it, but then you feel like you need to make a video about it, because that's the only way that you can begin to justify your absurd purchase.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
Yeah,
but
no,
I'm
me
probably
neither.
gonna get there.
Originally released in May of 2003 in Japan and worldwide in 2004, Pokemon Box was a companion tool developed for the GameCube for use with, you guessed it, Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. This title is widely considered to be the most obscure Pokemon game ever released, and North American copies can sell for upwards of $1,000 on the secondhand market. But what makes Pokemon Box so rare? And why have so few Pokemon fans ever even heard of this title? All these questions and more will be answered on today's episode of Kevin spent too much money on Pokemon memorabilia again and wants to use it as a tax write-off. There are a number of ways something can...
What the fuck is a tax write-off? I really haven't paid my... Well, I mean, I think I have, but, you know, I still live with my parents, so I still am not familiar with what the hell is a tax write-off. All I know is that you don't want to piss off the IRS for that. That's all I know.
Can increase its inherent value. It can exist in limited quantities, it can sell poorly, or it can be difficult to obtain for some other reason.
I want that game.
Pokemon Box suffers...
Fuck it. I'm gonna go ahead and look at... I'm gonna look at... see if maybe there is some... Let's see... I'm gonna look that up, the troll game. That's really cool. I love trolls. Give me a moment. Alright, so let's look for that. So that would be... let's just look around in eBay first. That's usually a good place to look. Wait, is this actually showing? Yeah, it's showing. Frick. It's just that I didn't see the yellow lines. But anyway, Troll PS4. Alright, let's see how much it is. It's dirt cheap. It's literally $6.99. What the hell? Oh, $10. Oh look, there's another game that I might buy. Troll Hunter. I don't know. I guess I have a thing for trolls. Well, and you can already see where Yin the Troll came from, but yeah, trolls are nice. Anyway, I think that's enough looking at my stuff, but yeah. Anyway, oh, fuck. You do not want that to happen on stream. Alright, where the hell is it? Yeah, display capture. There we go. So yeah, enjoy the stream. Let me see if I can increase. Alright, that sounds a little better. I'm a little louder.
From all of the above. In North America, it was only available for purchase at the Pokemon Center store in New York City, and on their website for a brief period of time before they closed and the building was turned into Nintendo World. In Europe, it was only available on the Nintendo website in extremely limited quantities and in the Colosseum Mega Pack, a GameCube bundle that included Pokemon Box, Colosseum, and the GameCube system. Which is interesting, because the only way to transfer Pokemon from Colosseum or XD to Pokemon Box is by sending them to Ruby and Sapphire first, then moving them to Pokemon Box. It's strange that they bundled two games that can't directly connect with each other. Because of this limited availability outside of Japan, Pokemon Box sold extremely poorly internationally, selling as few as 10,000 units in the US and Europe, in contrast to the approximate 270,000 copies in Japan, which is only slightly more than the international sales of its follow-up, My Pokemon Ranch. Due to poor sales and the deterioration of technology over time because of things like disk rot and less than favorable treatment, it's thought that there are only around 1,000 copies of the North American version of Pokemon Box still floating around in the wild, which has caused the used price...
Alright. I know this is something that has popped up in Oh yeah, I definitely wish that too. I hope Nintendo puts GameCube games on the Switch. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're gonna do that soon. So yeah, they're definitely gonna do that. Um, Also, welcome Rick Josh Reed. I don't recall seeing you before, but welcome to the stream. Basically, I think that there is a lot of oh yeah, yeah. Feet Fencer's actually my best friend. He's a really nice guy. He really cares a lot for his friends. So yeah. But anyway, back to Josh. Yeah. One thing that I really wanted to make it very clear though, and I'm kind of getting into economics now. Just because something is scarce doesn't mean that it actually is valuable. Um, Value, for the most part, is derived from the circumstances. Like, for example, you have a rare, I guess you could say, a rare shirt of a poop, for example. Nobody would want that. It doesn't have a remarkable story behind it. It's just a shitty shirt made by a shitty Chinese company, right? In this example. So just because something is scarce doesn't mean it's actually valuable. The scarcity could add up to the value, but that's only because people see value in it because of the circumstances. So in this case, Pokemon Box is weird, which makes it interesting. It's related to one of the most profitable franchises in all of the world, which is Pokemon. And also, people can derive a sort of sense of nostalgia just by having it. So there's like multiple different directions that kind of multiple different influences that kind of ultimately result in something being valuable. So, and I guess the reason I feel the need to bore you guys with this is because a lot of NFT circles seem to say that just because something is valuable, I mean, just because something is scarce, suddenly it's valuable. I don't think any NFT is really going to be valuable just because it's scarce. It's probably going to have to be because it actually gives you something tangible. But anyway, I think that's enough for the economics. But, I guess you have something to counter NFT bros with. But, yeah. Fuck, where's my pen? Shit. I always end up moving it for some reason. Swear to God. It was right there. I was just drawing. What the hell? It was on my shirt. Anyway. Right. Josh, since you're new here, I would recommend that you at least subscribe and also try and like the video. Again, I know it's obnoxious when YouTubers say that, but it really does help with the algorithm and it might actually result in more viewers. So if you want that to happen, please do that. Thanks. Oh, crap. Alright, just setting up my thing. Alright, I'm gonna play the video.
To skyrocket over the past few years. So what exactly do you get for your give or take $1,000 purchase if you decide to buy Pokemon Box? This will obviously vary based on where you buy it and what's included, but originally Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire shipped with the game disc, a Game Boy Advance to GameCube link.
Alright. Honestly, I actually would buy that if I actually had the money, and I could actually try and flip it for at least $2,000 or $15,000. That would actually be a nice profit, but that's just me, I guess. It does seem like a pretty safe investment to make, especially since these things are pretty rare. There's a plenty of flipping opportunities with that one.
Cable, and a special edition red and blue 59-block memory card for the GameCube, which is the exact size needed to store save data for the application. And as a bonus, they throw in some stickers for the memory card. Upon launching the game, you'll be presented with two options: Go to Pokemon Box and Go to Adventure. Go to Pokemon Box does exactly what it sounds like. The game will prompt you to connect your Game Boy Advance with a copy of Pokemon Ruby or Sapphire via the link cable and attempt to confirm the connection between the two consoles. Once successful, Bridget, the older sister of Lynette, who created the storage system Ruby and Sapphire will greet you and grant you access to the storage system where you can transfer Pokemon from the Game Boy Advance titles to the GameCube. To encourage you to take advantage of the storage system, Bridget will reward you with various special Pokemon eggs for reaching milestones of certain numbers of creatures deposited into Pokemon Box. These eggs will all contain Pokemon that know moves they can't normally learn through other means. At the start of the game, you'll receive an egg that contains a Swablu that knows False Swipe. After depositing 100 Pokemon, you'll receive a Zigzagoon that knows Extreme Speed. At 500 Pokemon, you'll get a Skitty that knows Payday. And at the absurd 1,499 mark, you'll receive a Pichu that knows Surf, which sadly enough can't be transferred to future generations because Surf is an HM. Outside of the storage system, the game includes a showcase mode which lets you display your Pokemon using miniature standees. You can change the look of the stage on which they're displayed, as well as the music playing and the background. It's fun, but nothing too exciting. Something interesting I noticed is you can add duplicates of the same Pokemon on your showcase stage. This doesn't clone them, and I don't know what benefit it really serves, but there's nothing stopping you, so information what you will. Back on the main menu, if you select Go to Adventure and connect your cartridge, Pokemon Box gives you the ability to play Ruby and Sapphire on your TV, without a need for the Game Boy Player add-on for the GameCube. It's funny to me that at the time of release, this was the cheaper way of playing Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire on your TV. But 16 years later, it's significantly cheaper to buy a Game Boy Player than it is to buy a copy of Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire. Additionally, you can't trade Pokemon in Adventure Mode because the GameCube doesn't natively support Game Boy Advance link cable connectivity. Another feature lacking in
Nice. Right. Hola. Anyway, a little bit of a warning. This is a bit of an NSFW stream. There's a bit of I guess a few references to fetish stuff. So if that turns you off, it's okay if you want to leave. You know, I don't want to like freak you out or anything. But yeah, this is going to be one of those streams, all right? So anyway, nice to see you again. Hopefully that last stream was good, but yeah. This is probably a very safe for work kind of drawing. The other one here is probably not so much. Anyway, let's play the video.
Adventure Mode is game support. Despite being able to deposit Pokemon from Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Emerald into the storage system, these games unfortunately cannot be played in Adventure Mode, since they were released later and their ROMs aren't included on the game disc. Playing Ruby and Sapphire in this mode will also patch the infamous berry glitch, where in Generation 3, if you planted a berry tree on a specific date, it would take over a year to grow due to the way the in-game clock is programmed. And that's pretty much everything. Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire is a weird, obscure artifact from the Pokemon franchise's history, existing in a time before titles that support previous generations were quickly phased out and removed from the market, like My Pokemon Ranch and what will eventually happen to Pokemon Bank and Pokemon Home. I discussed this in much greater detail in one of my previous videos, but I'm not a fan of online-only services that could still find use years after release, having a kill switch that's completely controlled by the developers. Pokemon especially is a series where people revisit older titles years after their initial relevancy period, and the fact that certain features in those games and utilities will cease to exist after X amount of time is something that really disappoints me both as a fan and a media preservationist. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have never been ones to continue support for older or less popular titles related to their IPs. So being able to revisit something like Pokemon Box after all this time to see the start of their line of products built for external storage that are still around today and see how far it's evolved with things like Pokemon Home is really cool. It's unfortunate that the chances of a physical offline utility being released for the series again are very slim. But I'm glad I was able to add this interesting piece of Pokemon history to my collection, and I hope you enjoyed this dive into what it has to offer. That's all I have to say about it, but who asked me? If you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like, subscribe for more content about video games and media, and let me know in the comments what you'd like to see me talk about in the future. This was fairly different from my usual content, so all feedback is much appreciated. But that's it for today, and I'll see you all next time.
Alright. So, alright, cool.
When it comes to playing Gen 1 or Gen 2 Pokemon games, there's always a trade-off depending on...
Alright, so, Joe, if you're still here, I think you should see this shit. This is some top-notch material. Shrek. Apparently this song isn't copyrighted, so that's a good sign. Oh god, not this one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm just gonna put this one. So, you have seen the Shrek run, right?
I know what you're thinking. I've known it since you tuned in. You're thinking I can't freestyle rap. Well, I've had it up to here with people assuming that ogres can't break it down. Somebody lay down a beat. I get a donkey who's wonky, yo. Fee, fee, fi, fi, fo, fo, fun. Shrek ain't no average ogre, son. I got a donkey who's wonky and I live in the swamp. If you're feeling this ogre, let me hear you stomp. Say Shrek, Shrek, oh, how'd you get so green? Shrek, Shrek, yo, what's your favorite cuisine? I eat frogs and dogs and dung beetle pie. Sometimes I eat my snot and I don't know why. Give me mud, be my bud, but don't mean no dud. I be rocking this vest cause I'm original stud. Fee, fee, fi, fi, fo, fo, fun. Shrek ain't no average ogre, son. 3 pigs, here's what I'd build a house of pain. And then I'd put Humpty back together again. Old Pinocchio's nose, it keeps on getting longer. But me and my donkey, we be getting stronger. Tell Snow White and Red Riding Hood. Shrek's in town, yo, he knows what's good. If you're looking for rhymes, put away that map. Nothing's better than Shrek, cause this ogre can rap.
That was a fucking masterpiece right there. Like, honestly, what I really love about
I
this
know what
shit.
you're thinking.
Oh,
I've known
God.
it since you tuned in.
No, not the meme version, please. No, this is cursed. But anyway, yeah, what I love about that version is that it is essentially just like what they're imitating. Essentially, is like a genre of music that covers like some pretty dark shit. Like, you know, we're talking uh, ghettos and shootings and all that sort of thing, and you know. And then you have Shrek essentially imitating that genre. It's like it's fucking insane. Uh, so yeah, it's like ironic that they made a kids thing about that shit. It's so fucking bizarre. Oh yeah, speaking of which, all right. Let's see. It was a MLB Slow Fest. Yeah, that's the game. Prepare to
Hey guys, what's up? It's Mark from Draft.
wrong game. I just want to see raw gameplay. There we go. This is a long play. I don't know. The game screen is really, really small. Let me see if I can fix that. Ah, shit. Alright, there we go. It should be better. Wait, what the fuck? I think I remember this from Newgrounds. Yeah, it's the laser collection. Oh shit, 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 shit. This is copyrighted. God. Fuck, I need to mute this.
Hi everybody, Tim Kitzer here with you along with my partner Jimmy Short. And Jimmy, this is going to be a good matchup today.
The last time these two teams went at it, there were fireworks, and I love it when
Shit, this is gonna be nearly impossible. There's like a lot of licensed songs, so I'm gonna have to be quiet for now. So, or at least the video is gonna be a little quiet.
And now sit back, it's time to play ball. Martinez, the windup. Drives one to left field. This one could be extra bases. Womack rounding first. And Womack winds up at second with a double. No outs. No
Alright, this looks pretty normal.
Bautista digs in.
Let's see. Alright, so let me just get to the punching people thing. Just real quick. Oh yeah, punches galore. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, head over handlebar. Holy Toledo! Oh! Holy smokes! Now that that's over, let's
Did he just beat the
remember to
shit out of the pitcher?
on the ball and not the other player. He is safe.
See?
The play at second. He's in there safely. And he narrowly avoided the beanball.
Oh yeah, you could also play as clowns.
Want to know the count? Batter's gonna have a baseball-sized bruised palm.
Oh, he's coming for you now, that wise guy.
And I think everybody's a little on edge. Let's just take a second to regroup and calm down a bit.
So yeah, your character can get pissed off at the pitcher that he punches the guy. Oh yeah, you could also punch.
He just breaks for second. The play at second.
What do you say? You just punched him off. Hey, nice weather we're having. Whoa, that's
Okay, I think you get the idea. You get the idea. Anyway. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm gonna just go ahead and not play something that doesn't have copyrighted music. Because, yeah. Yeah. Alright, here's some... I'm not sure if I might get demonetized just for the graphic shit here, but, yeah. And I'm gonna react to Moist Critical reacting to another thing. How original.
Warning. The following video features stunts
Oh,
performed.
right. It's the game that I mentioned earlier. What game is that? It's the game I mentioned earlier. It was MLB Slugfest 2003. So yeah, that's the game that I was showing you. The one where you could literally punch your character could get so pissed at the pitcher that he just punches him like it's nasty. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know if I should really be showing this. Ah, shit.
By professionals or under the supervision of professionals. Accordingly, Patrick CC and the YouTube community guidelines must insist that no one attempt to recreate or reenact any stunt or activity performed in this video. Also, this video is in no way trying to glorify the life or lifestyle of the subject, but rather document it for educational and artistic purposes. Bam Margera is a skateboarding and pop culture icon who shaped the childhoods of millions of kids around the world. He could be the second most famous skater next to Tony Hawk. By the age of 21, he was already a multi-millionaire stuntman and professional skateboarder known all around the world. Before the internet. He basically invented the formula for viral stunt videos and pranks that are still used today, but none of this came without sacrifice. He put his family and friends through hell for money and fame. He developed multiple bad habits with you know what. He had complicated relationship issues with multiple individuals, and once he lost his lifelong best friend Ryan Dunn in a fiery car crash, his whole life spiraled out of control. Even in 2022, it's still looking bleak for Bam. Bam's father Phil was obsessed with.
Yeah, no, this is not. This is too depressing. I don't think YouTube is gonna like this shit. I see there's two people here. Welcome to the chat. Remember to try. Yeah, yeah, I can see you laughing. Basically, it is pretty funny that you could actually just go ahead and just punch the pitcher for being a jackass. But yeah. So let's see. See what things are we gonna watch. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna watch some Harry Potter shit. Just because. That. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's another one of those.
I swear that I am no good.
So how's it going, Smellos, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. We're finally playing it. I can't wait to jump in. Prisoner of Azkaban is my favorite Harry Potter movie. I've never played the game version of it. We're jumping in with the PS2 version, because why not? Even though Prisoner of Azkaban is my favorite movie, I haven't watched it in a while. I was going to watch it before starting this series, but I figured why not just let the game be my Prisoner of Azkaban experience. So if I'm forgetting things about the films, you know, relax. We're gonna jump in anyway. New game, let's get started. There's the train to heaven. They're dead.
Blimey, 12 years ago, Sirius Black murdered 13 people with a
Oh yeah, have you ever played Papers, Please? Yes, well actually no, I haven't played it, but I have seen a lot of Let's Plays of it. The concept is great. Unfortunately, my gaming capabilities are limited right now. I may need to try and fix the RAM. There is some games that I could theoretically play, but unfortunately, you know, I have 4 gigabytes of RAM, so yeah, take that. I mean, I have an i5, which is solid, but 4 gigabytes of RAM, that's abysmal.
Just jump straight into it. There's a rat on your shoulder.
So if you want to help me fix that, just donate to my Ko-fi and I might be able to do something about it.
Jeez, the new Jack and Daxter looks great.
Can't you keep that monster under control? Now I'm gonna have to find Scabbers.
Calm down, Ron.
Jeez, she got off fast.
I'll help you find Scabbers. Come on.
Harry, what's going on with your hair? I didn't know you had dreads. Alright, we're just jumping right into it. That was the first cutscene. That's immediately how the game opens. Ron and Hermione yelling. We're into the game now. Oh, hi Hermione. Can I talk to you? How you doing?
Stop that.
What, talking to you? I like how I just went up to talk to her and she was like, stop that. What a great start to a wondrous adventure. He's a teenager now, he's all edgy. He's gonna say things like, piss off, you nice lad. Actually, Ron says piss off. When Ron actually says piss off in one of the movies, I think that's when we all turned into proper adults. Anyway, let's get running, let's get going.
Scabbers went this way.
He's called Scabbers, that's very intimidating.
Oh, Scabbers! Come here, you little...
Well, Ron looks better than he does on the PS1 and the
Oh,
PS2,
Jesus.
to be fair. Right,
Oh,
hold on to
Jesus
fight the
Christ.
book. We're into combat. Oh, the combat's fun so far. Look at this. Ron, I can't hear you over the game sounds. Am I winning? Are you winning, son? I'm not winning. Dad, I'm losing. Dad, I dropped out of college again. What? Who do you think's gonna win? I hope the book wins. Oh, the book didn't win. Ron's still here. I like Harry's head down the bottom right.
I can't lift this on my own.
I don't care. The game's being like really cheery, even though I remember this opening being very dark and scary. Oh, I love the reflections. Look at that. Very fancy for PS2. When did it come out? I think this game came out in 2017.
Harry, I need you to grab the other handle. So
Alright. I got us. We have to move it away from the door.
I swear I'm going to drop this if we don't put it down soon.
I'm just gonna leave you keep carrying it. And you might as well put some work in, Ron. Come on.
Can't we put it down now?
Can I drop it on the book? Come on, game. I know. Can't drop it on the book.
Let's go and find Scabbers.
I like how we spent like half an hour trying to move one crate away from the door. We're doing great work so far. Jolly cooperation and all that, as the Dark Souls players say for eternity. Anyway, just go in the door. Go in the magical door.
Well, look who it is.
Is Malfoy drinking?
Hottie and the Weasel.
Are you holding a
I
rat?
should have known this pathetic excuse for a rat would have something to do with you. Give him back, Malfoy.
You tell him 4 ADP, Ron.
Rictus Sempra. You asked for it, Malfoy.
You asked for it. I'm gonna kiss you if you don't give me my rat back. Okay, we have to attack Crab and other Crab.
My mum could do better than that.
Did you just say my mum could do better than that?
Useless.
What? Nightmare Before Christmas? I want to keep the hat. Oh no, the pumpkin hat's gone. I don't know where it came from. I had a pumpkin hat. Oh, Ron has health. I have to look after Ron. Oh no.
You couldn't hit the side of a barn, Weasley.
That's a very rude comment to make about his upbringing. Just because he comes from a barn doesn't mean he's stupid. I mean...
That was rubbish, Malfoy.
You tell him, Ron. Am I friends with Ron or what?
How about that?
Okay, he went down in 2 seconds.
Come on, Ron. Come on, Ron. Why's the train stop?
Because the game said so. Oh, here's the dark part.
Something moving out there.
See what I mean? The game was like so cheery and all that, and now it's just gotten kind of dark.
This is giving me the creeps.
This is giving me the creeps. This is scaring the shit out of me. But we can't say that in a PG-15 film. What's the age rating for the game? It's 12s, right? I have to look at the box. It's 3? Really? Alright, well, I just said 3. Comments are gonna go fucking mad.
Harry! Harry!
It's the Lord of the Ring villains. I don't know. We'll never see her again. Oh, we're playing as Ron. We have Ron. Action. Take your time, Ron. I'm just gonna give Harry to you. Wrong way. This isn't Gran Turismo. I'm just gonna give Harry to him. You're not taking him to Mordor, you bastard. Look at Ron's head in the bottom right. It's hard to take this serious moment seriously with that glaring at you. Oh, he's taking his sweet time. It's like a section of Medal of Honor or something where you have to drag your soldier friend away from the D-Day landing. Except we're on a train and it's Harry Potter.
I've got to move Harry away from that thing.
Why are you talking to yourself about your own plans? I know. Do it.
None of us is hiding Sirius Black under our cloaks.
I am. He's right here.
Harry! Harry! Are you alright?
Oh, Ron, it's good to... Oh, wait.
What happened? Who screamed?
The Let's Player was screaming.
Here, eat it. It'll help.
What was that thing?
It's Scabbers. Eat it up.
Are you sure you're okay, Harry?
I'm alright. Besides my hair textures, I'm doing grand, thanks.
Take this book, Harry. I'm sure it'll help.
There you are. Fine, Wally. That'll distract you.
At long last, the Hogwarts Express reached its destination, and soon Harry and his friends were safely in Gryffindor Tower.
Is that Stephen Fry?
Sirius
It is.
Black was likely to be looking for him troubled Harry deeply.
Oh, that's great.
Dumbledore's announcement about mentors patrolling the gates while Sirius Black...
Why does face change? It's like Scrubs when he's having thoughts in his mind. I want a Capri Sun.
But finding himself back in the familiar dormitory...
That picture is still on the wall from Chamber of Secrets.
Harry,
Did you have a look at the folio brutai that Lupin gave you then?
What did you say?
Show it to me.
Oh,
Hi,
damn,
I'm
even trying
Pitcher.
that
Welcome
picture
to
on the wall.
Jackass.
PS1 could do better.
Folio brutai.
I'm not showing you anything under my cloak, Ron. That's very intrusive. Oh, it's the book.
That's wicked. We're going to have to find the rest of those pages.
That's wicked to think that almost killed you. Thanks, Ron. I'm still traumatized, but cheers. Oh, there's Ron's head. He looks like in Spyro when you're like starting a new game and you pick like a new memory card save slot character head. That's a very obscure reference to make. Oh, there's Scabbers. I thought I ate you. He's very nutritious. Ron just has plenty of Scabbers up his cloak. It's alright, I have 24 billion of them. He has plenty of babies. We'll be eating for weeks. I wouldn't be surprised if this was just the same bedroom assets lifted from Chamber of Secrets. It looks very similar. Oh, I can save the game wherever I want. That's my favorite feature. I love this feature a lot. I'm delighted to be playing Prisoner of Azkaban. I've never played it before. We'll see how it is. I liked the intro. It was pretty fun. Oh, it's nighttime outside. Ron, you want to be getting to bed. It's very late for you. Oh, Ron, tuck your shirt in, bud. That's just lazy. Oh no, I've turned into an adult. I'm telling him to tuck his shirt in. Ba, 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 ba. I heard the original music. Turn it back on. Turn back on the original songs. Why is there a loading screen to go into the common room now?
Sorry,
Oh my
I'm
God,
really
that's
busy
actually
at the
a lot
moment.
better.
I've got so much work to do.
You sure look it.
You know you said you had lots of trouble with Draco on the train.
Yes.
Well, you could have made it so much easier for yourself with the Expelliarmus spell.
Do I have to learn that spell for the third time?
It's over there.
Why do you keep forgetting all your spells? If I knew magic, I'd be doing spells every single day. I'd never forget them. I'd be Flippenduin by alarm clock. That's funny. It's a very safe joke to make. All the audience are having a sensible chuckle. That fella's just holding a stick and he's happy about it. I wouldn't be very happy about that if I was you. Into the fire. It's a great Dokken song.
What are we doing hanging around here?
You're not wrong. Girls dormitory on. Harry, you dirty vicar. Stop trying. Stop pressing on that door. He's doing it himself, I swear.
Come on then. Let's go out into the corridor and practice with it.
You're not wrong.
Hi there. How's your card collection coming along? Mine's nearly done.
Don't talk to me about card collecting, alright? It's a sensitive issue. This is assault. Don't you get like locked up for this? I don't think he's gonna fight back, the coward. Oh, is there a notice board? Can we get like side quests? A prefect badge last seen in the entrance hall. Alright, we have a side quest. Maybe we can do it. Where's Neville? I can't wait to not see him.
Oh, let's get going.
Oh, where's the Fred and George bean room place? Are there beans in this game? This game better not have gotten rid of my Bertie Bott's every flavored beans because this is a very bean positive Catholic channel and I'll be so upset if the beans are gone. I lose my faith in this earth. I'm surprised I haven't lost it yet. Oh, gee, that's scared. Oh, fuck, alright. She just came up with the A-OK thing. That was scary. I did a Let's Player scream right there.
Come on! Cast Flipendo at me!
Why can't I just use Expelliarmus? Aren't I supposed to be learning it? Why are all the pictures so low quality now? There you are. Oh, I don't know what happened. Oh, do I have to dodge it? Oh, I just jumped right into it, fine. He's just standing there smiling.
I'll cast Flipendo at you, and you use Expelliarmus to knock my spells away.
If there's a goddamn table tennis minigame, I'll be so upset. Oh, equip the spell. Alright, it's not fucking Skyrim. Oh, circle. I like circle. Oh, it has to be square. Try.
That's it!
Why can't I make it circle? Alright, I like it being circle. Whatever.
Get ready then!
Alright.
3, 2, 1!
Tequila. Oh, I was pressing circle. Oh, it has to be triangle. Fine, do it again, do it again. You didn't give me a timer that time. Come on, Ron, take your time. Take your time. We're all waiting on you, bud. That works better than it does in the other game.
That was cool.
I got attacked. I have severe burns. That was unreal.
Let's go and see Fred and George.
Oh, we're going to see Fred and George. Oh, that's great. Why is this room so unnecessarily big? It is a big castle. The devs were crunching hard to get this room done. I want this big unnecessary room finished right now. I want to go home to my wife and family. You're not going home for 50 years. You're making tie-in games for EA for the rest of your life. Can I search the bookcases? You can't even search the bookcases for beans. Well, that's another downgrade going on my downgrade journal. Can't search bookcases for beans. That's down in the book. I'm going to remember that. Are you a member of Whitesnake?
Let's get going, shall we?
Oh, he has a pipe and everything. He's looking so fondly at his pipe. He loves his old pipe. Go sing Still of the Night, you bastard. Are there prefects? It's night time, so are there prefects? Aren't we old enough to be prefects? Well, we're kind of in the middle, aren't we? We're like year 3.
What villains are these that trespass upon the lands of
I thought that was Ron. That's a voice actor who wasn't paid nearly enough.
Get back, you scurvy bragger!
Oh, I can talk to him. Do I want to?
So, you're on a quest, you
Oh,
say?
they're moving.
Well, if you ever have need of noble heart and steel is in you, call upon Sir Cadogan.
I'll leave it off, but don't worry. Now, Flipendo the pots, I can't even aim at the pots. You'd think I could aim at them, cast a spell, and get a bean. That's another downgrade in the downgrade journal. That's a big skull. That's the size of my brain. It is not. It is not. Grand staircase. More like grand fail case. I don't know.
Come on. Fred and George are on the...
If you say come on one more time, it better be followed by Eileen. She just looks happy to be studying. She's lying. I want to go down. I want to go to school. Ron, I know there's one obvious path. I'm not going to get lost. Watch me get lost now in 5 seconds. That didn't scare me. Are you Peeves?
To you. Well, if you're gonna be like that, here's a little bedtime story to keep you busy.
That's a weird Peeves HD upgrade. It's not HD, but look. The only proper enemies I've been fighting are books. Oh, I have to knock the spell back. Okay, there we go. Am I doing it? I'm doing the spell stuff. We're just fighting a book. I don't know. What book do you think it is? I think it's a Guinness Book of World Records 2005. Those things were big and chunky. He probably has a lot of health. Okay, so Flipendo doesn't work. I just need to cast back all the spells. There. Why is it missing? Stop missing. You're just wasting my time. I'm a YouTuber. I don't have time to waste. I really do. Here we go. I killed him. Bye, Peeves. You have a nice hairstyle now.
And don't come back, you loony.
Ron, you're not allowed to say loony on my channel.
Thanks for sorting out Peeves, by the way.
It's a bit like... Oh, okay, Ron is glitching. Ron is scary. It's just creepy past the lane now. Try casting spells on objects. They can provide extra The game is telling me to cast spells on the box so it can give me stamina. What?
Cast Rependo at it.
Oh, because there's a frog in it. Okay, I was like, how is destroying the box going to give me a health boost? That seems very contrived. What's in here? Give me a wizard card. Give me the cards I want so badly.
Yeah.
Here we go. Same sound effects and everything. I'm glad to hear the same old sound effects, but also skeptical because why didn't you change them? Complete collector cards for extra rewards. Do I get more health if I collect 10, or have you just gotten rid of that completely? I am Harry Potter. I am running around Hogwarts. The Glanmore Peaks. Here we go. Hello. More wizard cards. Give me... Oh, stop cutscene interrupting me. Oh, books, go away.
Wicked.
Wicked. I was being attacked and I did nothing.
Come on. Fred and George are on the 6th floor.
Ron, can I just... There, buddy. There. You don't have to keep saying the same 12 things over and over. There. I'm just telling them to go away. I want you to fuck off. Oh, there's our lock on it. Are we going to have to unlock new spells and come back and get all the things? Great. That's my favourite part. I love backtracking. It's my favourite thing in games ever. That's where your mom lives, Ron, huh? My mom's turned into Skybers. That's why you keep them close. Hello, Bean Boys. Still hanging out in the bathroom as always.
Fred, George, what have you got to show us then? Something really special.
Oh, it's their long hair phase. They don't look as broken as they do on the PS1, and that's kind of disappointing.
Within this room is the entrance to a secret passage.
I know.
Beyond which you will find the Marauder's Map, a magical parchment that shows you everything you will ever need to know about Hogwarts.
So there's an entrance to a secret passage in here?
Yes.
Why does Ron's hair look fine and then Harry's is broken? Why do you have a bunch of cloaks in this bathroom? Does that mean this is a changing room? Why is there a secret passage in the changing room?
You'll never spot it in a million years, Harry. Let Ron have a go.
That just means something very weird is going on here. If you have a secret passage in the changing room, why are you standing like you're T-posing? But not really. I'm going to hit that. Can I not target? I'm pressing R1 to target.
Ron?
What?
You won't find it over there.
Oh, is that how I change character?
There's something odd about that wall.
Oh, we have a switch to Ron mode. I get it. He runs like he's going through like a field of dandelions. Oh, this is brilliant. I'm having the time of my life.
See if you can open the secret passage then.
Which one of you dies again? Alright, just open the fucking passage.
Gentlemen, if you'd like to step inside.
I want to go home. Again, secret passage in the changing room. That's suspect, and I'm bringing that up with the council. The council probably installed it. There's no higher ups you can go to.
Wow. The map's up there.
Go climb it.
Yeah, and we're down here.
Oh, Ron, I'm so glad we have a switch to Ron button. I might just be Ron the whole game. Harry isn't providing much insightful commentary. It's just a Ron show. Ron is like the main character of the games if you think about it. He talks the most, he tells us what to do. He's kind of the second chosen one, to be honest. I know some people think Neville might be a chosen one, but it's honestly Ron. Oh, do I have to... Oh no, oh, I have to do that.
Only Hermione'd fit through there.
Alright, drop it then, so... Okay. Why'd you show me that mechanic?
Only Hermione'd fit through there.
It's a very mean thing to say about your friend. She's very sensitive about that thing, Ron.
Those that dare to take the leap must also take care of their friend.
Well, you're not gonna like me, is that Beans? We got our first Bean experience in a new Harry Potter. Okay. Why do I have to take control of Harry now? Shouldn't Ron move out of the way?
Why do I get the feeling that this isn't going to be easy?
Ron, did you fall down? This is like Assassin's Creed 2 when you have to like parkour. Ron, where'd you go? Why did you teleport back? I don't understand. It wants me to change to Harry for some reason. Okay, give me beans. Oh.
Watch it! And Bertie bots every flavour bean.
For rewards from friend George. Oh, 250? Does that mean there's 250 in the game? Or 250 is my max? Max beans. Max beanage. Wait. You're holding it at a weird angle. Oh, da.
Take it steady!
Aye, shut up. You take it steady. I've been taking it steady my whole life and look where it's got me. In my room talking to no one. To move Harry along narrow edges, push him up against the wall. I know how to play. Beans. It just says beans. Beans. Oh, the game knows me so well. Beans. It's still on the screen. It might be burnt in. I think that's burned into my monitor now. Beans. 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 I went the way. I wanted that burned into my monitor screen.
What's that ticking?
Actually, yeah, you can hear the ticking. Go up against the wall.
Take it steady!
Shut up. Can you only say 5 things in a row once?
You've missed the switch!
Ron, me pressing the switch, you've missed it. Oh, not gremlin ghouls. Ron, you must weigh a feather. How are they able to carry it? Ron's a fairy now. He deserves it. It's a grand old life. Oh, they're playing the old music. I love the old music, but again. Search for objects that might help. What about Flipendo? Does that help? Oh, I'm killing him. Okay, why is the game telling me to search for objects then if I can just kill him like this? Can I switch back to Ron? Oh, I can only switch to Ron when the game lets me.
That's it!
Now I can switch to Ron. There we go. It's like that driver game, that transition. San Francisco. Harry, you okay? He's moving. He's possessed. We're going to stay away from Harry now if we can. This game's really fun. I'm enjoying it a lot. Okay.
Aha! The old Weasley touch does it again!
The old Weasley touch is what got your father into so much trouble, Ron, alright? You weren't supposed to coin that phrase again, the judge said.
Friends must work together.
Friends is a TV show. Alright, there's the Tony Hawk's logo again. Here to greet us. Oh, there's big floating orbs.
Let's see if we can work this
I like this song. This is a new song. Oh, I like it a lot.
I need you to help me lift this.
Why is Harry just saying nothing? Harry, talk. Say anything.
There must be a way to that mirror.
Yeah, I'd say there is, but... Can I put this down? Oh, it's a mirror puzzle. Every game has a mirror puzzle like this. Resident Evil 5 had it. And if Resident Evil 5 had this puzzle, then that attests to the quality of this puzzle. Oh, do I lift it? Yeah, I guess I get it. Harry, stand there. Good lad.
I'll never be able to pick this up on my own.
Harry's right in front of him.
This is really heavy. Just make sure we put it down somewhere useful.
They really got used to the Ron's voice actor.
I'll never be able to pick this up on my own.
Yeah, isn't that right, bud? Alright, climb onto the trunk. Great. Is this gonna burn me if I go in front of it? Okay, so it's not like Resident Evil 5 where it just burns and kills you straight away. I'm a bit upset about that. Why am I talking about Resident Evil 5? I like Resident Evil 5. It's alright. It's fun with a friend.
Good!
It's not really fun on your own. What's that sound? I just got a wizard card and went... Stop huffing and hawing. I love his dainty Ron. He's away with the fairies. Well, he was away with the fairies a while ago. He was up in the air with them. Maybe the fairies were just in his head. Let go. Yeah, Ron. Let go with the fairies. Just let go. And you'll be healed. Here we go. There we go. Don't hold it back anymore. Bye, That's only a 2-foot drop, pal. I'm just going to switch to Harry. Alright. Up the ledges. Here we go. Harry Potter in. Give me all the beans I can. Give me that.
Alright, I'm gonna take a break and just listen to some copyrighted music. In the meantime, just listen to some non-copyrighted, World of Warcraft music. Apologies, but you know, kind of getting a little tired of that video, so yeah. Oh, right. I should turn on my mic. Right. Basically, I'm enjoying myself and a good friend of mine called Fruit Fancier. It's actually a birthday gift, so that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm taking a little longer than I should be because I was listening to music and also because I'm still figuring out like my painting technique. I may need to do some other things to make it better, but yeah. Random Skateboard. Nice to see you again. Well, I'm nearly finishing Feed Fancier's basically his birthday gift. Try not to tell, but yeah. Hopefully you like it for what it is, but yeah, I'm kind of slow right now. Guess I'm just trying to, trying to do stuff. Oh, thanks. I'm pretty proud of this new design for, well, myself basically. But yeah. parent is nagging me, so I might have to leave pretty soon, but I have a little more time left to say. All right, that's cool. It's good to keep up the good work. Oh, thank you. But yeah, it's all right. Thanks for sticking around though. If you're gonna leave so soon. Keep up the awful work? Really, bro? Bruh. I hope that's a typo though, but still. Bruh. All right. There's a bit of a time gap in between our countries, so I usually join late or am asleep when they start. When the exams finish, I think I'll be able to join a bit more of the live streams. All right. I'll appreciate you mentioning the delay, but yeah. Ugh. Right. Let's see, I have a new viewer. Oh crap, it's only down to one. What the hell? Anyway. Oh, cool. Oh, right, you still reminded me. Awesome. Right. Right. Oh, whoa, there's a lot of messages here. Sorry I didn't notice that, chat. Right. Here for a sec? Alright. Oh, yeah, it's you. It's nice to see you again, Giga. Alright. Drawing owl when? I don't know. When I'm hungry for owls, I guess? Joey Dynamite. Do you know about Sarah Dynamite? No, I don't know anything about her. Is she like your girlfriend or something? Alright, also Goblina, do you like your characters portrayed as Pred or Praise? Asking for a future mini animation. Right, that depends on the character. If it's my avatar that I'm drawing right here, that would be Prey. If it's my character, my black character, Jasmine Jones, I would prefer Pred. I'm not sure if you've seen her before. Yeah, of course you've seen her before, but yeah, Jasmine's usually the Pred, but other than that, most of my characters are Prey. So yeah, just go Prey for the most part. Right, I'm just writing that just in case random skateboard isn't here. Alright, I'm glad you listened to that. Random skateboard. Alright, nice to see you again, Robo Buddy. Right, so let's see here. Let's see what kind of music I can put in here for you guys. Oh yeah, I think I'm just. I think I know just the perfect song for this shit. Have you heard of the High Elves? Oh crap, I need to start this over. It's like. Have you heard of the High Elves? No! Greetings, citizen. Spare coin for an old lady? Oh my god, I'm just gonna be blurting out all kinds of Oblivion dialogue. Stop! You violated the law! Pay the price or serve your sentence! Nee, 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 nee. Nee, 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 nee. Nee, 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 nee. I don't know if any of you in chat are just oblivious, or oh my god, oblivious. That pun, Jesus Christ, that pun. I hope Jeremy Soule doesn't come kicking down my door. Ah, shit, it's lagging like hell. It's lagging harder than Valorant. Alright, I'm going back to drawing, I guess. Although, I don't know. I'm probably just gonna have to play some Warcraft 2 soundtrack. It's probably gonna end up just me with Jeremy Soule kicking down the door. Jesus Christ. Right. Alright. Warcraft 2 music. Yeah, here we go. Although, to be honest, I think this version's probably better. Let's see. Nah, not this one. That one's probably going to be full of ads. Oh, come on. There's no timestamps. Ah, there we go. Nah. Ah, fuck it. What the hell? I need to be dragged out. What do you mean you're in the pixel art hole? That's not the song I'm looking for, damn it. There we go. That's the one. That's totally not gonna bring some memories back. Can you actually just send me a DM of your pixel art? I'm curious. See you later, random skateboard.
Welcome back to the Budget Museum. Or at least, what was the Budget? Hello. Welcome back to the Budget Museum. Or at least, what was the Budget Museum? You see, these have been hard times for a museum that does not exist. And I might have done a few wrong things. Tax evasion, money laundering, fraud, and in return, my museum license has been taken away. But don't fret, because I have something just as good. Introducing the Budget Emporium. Emporium. Step right in, step right in. To see creatures you've never seen before. That's because, although I can't talk about real animals, I can show the wonders of creatures that science has not yet accepted as reality. For anyone unaware, these creatures, called cryptids, are animals in the cryptozoology pseudoscience. Creatures without any scientific evidence to back their existence, but plenty of folklore and legend. Think Bigfoot and Nessie. But unfortunately, due to my budget, I was unable to afford any of these high-profile cryptids. So I've instead opted for the stupidest and most outlandish and hair-raising monsters you've ever seen. Are you ready for oodles of fun and fright? Then let's get started. Mermaids are one of the more well-known mythological creatures. Starting in ancient times, the idea of fish people has always amazed humans, and they've been searching for them ever since. Chris Columbus swore he saw a mermaid while sailing into the New World, but this was probably a manatee. And on conspiracy channels and documentaries, you will find plenty of people still searching for mermaids. Now, physical evidence for mermaids is a bit more hard to find, mainly because mermaids do not exist. Yet people have attempted to show their mermaid specimens, the most famous of which was P.T. Barnum's B.G. Mermaid. Behold, the mermaid, restored to its beauty. Just look at that face. Now, if you can't tell already, this thing is composed of the body of a fish, the torso of a primate sunan. Back in the day, it was convincing enough for many Americans who came to Barnum's attraction. droves to view the specimen. In various places as more of a charming novelty. I personally someday hope to find a Fiji mermaid as a way to round out the home. But the real mystery now is what actually happened to the original fake. It's presumed that Barnum's mermaid was lost in either of the two museums it was stored in, both of which burned down. But a few places around the world claim to have the original, from Coney Island to the Peabody Museum. Of course, all of these are probably just chasing the fame and glory of, might I remind you, a monkey stuck to a fish. Now here's a few cryptids which are supposed to be taken as jokes. Fearsome critters is a catch-all term for animals made up by Americans at the turn of the 20th century, which are supposed to be completely unbelievable and silly. These mythical animals were usually made up on the spot by lumberjacks in the Great Lakes region as campfire jokes. or maybe ways to haze new lumberjacks with outrageous stories they are meant to believe. Since then, a few have been made modern American folklore, such as the jackalope or the hide behind. But I feel that some of the better ones are critters which are not so well known. Just imagine, on a dark forest night, the grizzled men around you tell you the stories of terrors like the goofus, a species of bird said to fly backwards, or the fur-bearing trout, who grows a hairy coat it uses to survive its cold environment. And of course, the legendary hoop snake. Name is self-explanatory. Among the world of cryptids, you have a few humanoids, a few animals, so what could be more terrifying than combining those things into a normal guy dressed up as an animal? No, it's not Batman, but it's the great Spring-Heeled Jack, the leaping horror of London. Okay, so maybe this is stretching the rules of cryptids a bit. I mean, this guy sort of just looks like a guy. But I still include him due to his mysteriousness and unnatural abilities. Starting in the 1830s, women across London told stories of a man who would attack them. His description varies, but supposedly he wore a cloak with a tight-fitting shirt and boots, had long claws and red eyes like fireballs on a gruesome face. His signature powers seemed to be vomiting blue and white flames, which he didn't do very well because there's no cases of him actually burning anybody, and of course, his incredible ability to jump pretty far in the air. I mean, yeah, I can't jump over tall fences, but I expected more from a supernatural being. Over the decades of the 19th century, Spring-Heeled Jack would spend his time lunging upon people, looking at them all creepy, and vomiting mildly frightening heaps of fire towards them. So, what was the origin behind this odd jumping character? Before the legend even spread, there were multiple cases of women being attacked by a weird man, so it must be a bit more than just complete myth, right? Well, some really do think it's just a case of mass hysteria, a condition where groups of people will suddenly just lose their minds for a while. But there are also theories of Spring-Heeled Jack, in fact, being many Jacks. It's possible this was a group of young aristocratic men playing tricks on the public for a good laugh. Of course, I don't know how the power of the prank fueled these men to jump 9 feet in the air or spew fire, but those might just be exaggerated details. Okay, so this one struck me because I was looking through a book called Atlas Obscura, which, by the way, is a great book if you ever want to see the less well-known places you can travel to. Anyways, on one page they show many of the lake monsters of the United States. There are some pretty familiar shapes here. You have plenty of plesiosaurs, a few humanoids, some pretty spooky turtles, and then boom, octopus. Yes, supposedly in the deep abyss of lakes in Oklahoma, there lives monstrous freshwater octopi, malicious monsters who drown unsuspecting swimmers. After all, if there was no giant evil octopus, why have drownings in Oklahoma risen in 2020, the most inconspicuous year in history? Now, an octopus doesn't seem too ridiculous. I mean, it's no hoop snake. You might even be asking, why can't octopi live in freshwater lakes? Well, like many saltwater animals, octopi are adapted solely for the high salinity of the ocean. An octopus's body is designed to pump out salt and conserve pure water. If they were in freshwater, they would essentially absorb too much water and die. So they would have to undergo a complete morphological change to live in such an environment. Also, come on, lake octopi? Out of all the animals to be in a landlocked state, you have one which only lives in the ocean and doesn't even pose a threat to people? That's like having a big ape in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. Oh. So here it is. As we near the alleyway of great horrors science cannot explain, I present you with one of the most terrifying. Behold, the pard. The pard, as its frightening name suggests, is a mystical and deadly feline whose appearance dates back to ancient culture. The pard's existence is also meant to explain the existence of an actual beast, the leopard. You see, somehow the ancient world just never saw two leopards reproduce, because they thought that the leopard was a sterile hybrid creature, like mules, You see, the leopard is obviously a degenerative, wretched animal, and the bastard offspring of a female lioness and a pard, thus the name, leopard. Because obviously this deplorable creature is a complete downgrade from our mighty pard. Allegedly, when a male lion would see his lioness making love to the pard, they would freak out and become enraged. And you know what? I understand. If your girlfriend cheated on you with this guy, you would have some serious and concerning answers to ask yourself. Eventually, as humanity reached the medieval era, the pard became more than just a cat. Soon, they were supernatural beings, evil and malicious killers. It was said that even the Antichrist himself takes the form of what else but the pard. Eventually, however, people would realize that leopards can reproduce, and legend of the pard fell into the sands of time. This video was really interesting, because cryptids, even these hilarious ones, are still fascinating to study. On this channel, I usually cover real animals, who are the products of nature, but these are instead the product of the human mind, trying to answer questions to amaze itself. I mean, why are people drowning in my lake? Or where are all the mermaids of legend? The ways people imagine even the most outrageous creatures is fascinating. So although you should not believe in cryptids, certainly appreciate them as little pieces of folklore and man's imagination. So, have you seen this fine gent before? You're probably asking, what is this? Some sort of egg with legs?
Hello. Hello.
Two very persuasive older boys, his friends enlist the help of Spider-Man to teach him about drugs and making good decisions. Our best lead on the most elusive tape of them all, Where Do You Go for Help?, is that at one point it was in the possession of a public library in New York State. There are no plans for a re-release, and it seems the only hope of recovering these lost tapes is if someone comes forward with more.
Whether 'tis nobler to join this jazzy group or group off, to evade the slings and arrows of grandeur.
Doth mother know you weareth her drapes?
The first live-action Captain America.